Hey everybody. Alright, so let's get started. How about... So I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do this. How about... Alright, so hey everybody, happy Wednesday. So we're gonna do some magazine... We're gonna do some magazine stuff. I just want to warm up getting a few games of, Alleyway. Which is what I streamed last week on Wednesday, a week ago now. So how about, we'll put in an hour of Alleyway. Let's say, I'll set the timer for 60 minutes there. So we'll be playing using the Analog Pocket here. We're going to be using the actual original cartridge, which I enjoy doing when I'm able to. But for other games like DS stuff, where that might not be so practical as buying a simple system where it could be done. And that's a little more information on the device I'm using. So let's just drop this in the dock right here. There we go. Now, I didn't mean to. I hit the button twice to. All right, so come on. Just got to get the my gamepad to link up here. Come on. Alright, I don't know, like, getting this thing to link up has been a little funky. It was working fine yesterday. So if I just hold the sync button... I'm sort of new to the world of these third-party gamepads. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead, let me just plug it in with the USB connection that I have ready to go. And see, that should... Just going to use the, okay, so and it just wakes right up. So we'll hop right into it. Now I just have to do some slight adjustments here with the window. I just got to get the... Why did my high score, why did that vanish? I don't like the high score. If I... Oh, come on. Wait, you're going to do this to me live? It's going to work fine. Okay, here we go. Alright. I just gotta make it bigger? Okay. Yeah, I've got, Huh. Alright, just... Yeah, the wonders of live entertainment. This is that stuff that... I swear it worked... It was all perfect before I went live. Okay, here we go, here we go. This is about... There we go. I just need to shrink it down a bit. Yeah, I thought I had this in like a turnkey type thing where I just hit the thing. Now the reason that I've got... No. There we go. Yeah, the reason I've... No, that's not it. I just need... Okay, there we go. Just have to wait for it to respond so I could shrink it down a bit, get it to the right size. My little scoreboard here. I keep stats on the games that I play as I'm playing them. Hold on. Sometimes, for certain games that, where I think collecting the stats might be interesting. Now, this isn't... Alright, we'll just shrink that down a bit. Please let me shrink this down. Please let me. Yeah, for some reason, Streamlabs... Okay, no, we don't want it. Hey, Kalakaboy. I'm just trying to trim off the top here, and it's just taking forever to respond to my input. There we go. That's more like it. I'm just drag that up a little bit. Click off and back on. Yeah. And this is making it look like I didn't spend the last, like, 2 hours making sure everything was ready, but... Okay, I just need to drag it up a little bit. There we go. Yay, it actually let me do it. And I just want to drag... Stretch out to the side just a little tiny bit. Please let me. And once I do this, okay. Alright, we're good for the rest of the stream now. So that's our high score is 3,382. We don't have today's high score yet, so I'll just put an X there. And we don't have a stream PB. Actually, no, we'll just put the little... no, how about... Yeah, we'll just put a tilde there. Yeah, there we go. Now we're ready. And we'll start the timer. There we go. That's what I like to see. And we'll get started. Now, this is probably the most sparse game Nintendo themselves has ever published. And this is pretty much a... Well, this is a game that launched with the Game Boy. It is an Alleyway... well, almost an Alleyway clone. No one ripped this game off. Nintendo kind of ripped this... I mean, people say that Joust... I mean, is this game more of a ripoff of Breakout than Joust, than Balloon Fight is a ripoff of Joust? And maybe even more of a direct ripoff than Balloon Fight is of Joust. It's pretty direct. But this was developed by Intelligent Systems. In Japan, it was also given the subtitle Block Kazushi, which is, I think, a Japanese term for just any brick-breaking, breakout-type games in general. And what I think is cool is that if you see in the box art I included there, that's the US box art where Mario is in the paddle. And there's this flavor text in the back of the paddle about you being in a spaceship at the gateway of the galactic alleyway, and that you're destroying the vid grid that is blocking the alleyway. So I try to make this... They kind of contextualize this with this exciting sci-fi thing, and really it's just breaking bricks. It's just single-player Pong, pretty much. And probably the most no-frills form possible. It's possible that this is a more no-frills brick-breaking game than even NES Pinball is a no-frills pinball game. And oh yeah, that's what I was getting at with the box art. So in the US, you saw at the beginning, and you see the extra lives there. It shows Mario's head as the icon for the extra lives. And you see Mario jump in the paddle at the beginning of the game. And Mario jumps out of the paddle when you do get a game over at the end of the game. And so I guess, I don't know if that was the original Nintendo Japan, but in America they tried to represent it as Mario is piloting this spaceship that happens to be shaped as a paddle. I think it's charming, but maybe a little desperate, trying to inject some kind of excitement into this. Now, this was at a point when Nintendo was pretty loose in terms of the standards and practices of how and when Mario could be used. Whereas nowadays, the Mario franchise is governed by a strict, standards and practices, style guide, to the point where, in the original artwork, the original watercolor, the Mario and Luigi RPGs for the handheld Nintendo systems have always had a distinct watercolor art style to them. In the original artwork, Mario and Luigi had striped socks, and they had the emblems, the M and L emblems on their caps were black instead of the typical red. And when they re-released those games, for the first couple... Well, they released Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga and Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, I think, for the 3DS. They actually they went and edited in and censored the watercolor art. They covered up Mario & Luigi's socks, and they airbrushed Mario & Luigi's cap emblems to be red, to obey the strict style guide. And I really feel like this homogeny and standardization has really been the bane of creativity in the Mario franchise, whereas other series like The Legend of Zelda especially have been allowed to change their styles and have all kinds of different interpretations. Mario has become so homogenized that they have to write, there are elements of the latest Paper Mario game where they clearly had to write around these limitations that are now put on the team that makes those games, where they had creativity to create a lot of new characters and unique versions of traditional Mario, enemies or character types. Now it's very strictly controlled to the point where they had to replace some of the unique enemies that were in previous Paper Mario games with literal with just photorealistic art supplies that are completely unanthropomorphized, but they have dialogue and stuff, because that way it's not technically a new character. And it's really unfortunate. But yeah, back then, you know, if they want to do a weird Mario handheld game with, like, strange variations of Mario enemies, like Koopa Troopas that turned into bombs when you stepped on them, oh, you can just have that. You want to have a new princess character that other than Peach, oh yeah, you can have that. You want to have you can just want to have a weird space alien called Tatanga that you fight instead of Bowser, yeah, you could do that. Now it's like, oh, it has to be one of the Koopalings. Oh, it has to be Bowser Jr. or Bowser. Now it has to be like you can't. It's the lack of creativity. The series has just really suffered from it. Meanwhile, I'm here. It's funny how I'm talking about probably one of the most generic, one of the most no-frills releases. I would go as far as to say that this right here, Alleyway, is probably the most no-frills, the most visually, in terms of music, visuals, sound, this is probably the most sparse and minimalistic game Nintendo has ever published on a proper system. This is the most visually sparse retail release Nintendo has ever come out with. Even the NES Black Box games, this makes a lot of the NES Black Box games look like PlayStation 5 in comparison, almost. This was, I think, very early on in Game Boy's lifespan, when there were still... What I remember reading from interviews from people that were in Nintendo R&D 1 is that earlier on in the Game Boy's product conceptualization cycle, there was a concept where the Game Boy was almost going to be sort of a Game & Watch with interchangeable cartridges. Something more like a toy than a proper game platform. And then later in development, the project kind of expanded into a real system that would actually have third-party support and would be on the market for years upon years. So I wonder if this simplistic game, even Super Mario Land, kind of blows this away in terms of the visuals and audio, and compared to the ambition of this. Whereas this could be, you can see these sort of links to something like the Game & Watch. I wonder if this project was kind of a leftover from this earlier concept of the Game Boy's conceptual lifespan, where it was maybe a bit more toy-like than something akin to a proper system. Now, the scoring system here is very simple. Each block destroyed, each block cleared from the court or the game field equates to 1 point added to the score. Now let me catch up with chat for a second. So if you were a kid, you wouldn't be excited to ride on a coin-operated Thomas the Tank Engine ride? I probably would be interested in it, but I just remember seeing those mechanical horses and mechanical spaceships, and I think I rode them a couple of times, but I was kind of more interested. I was weirdly, I guess not, I don't want to say cynical, it makes it sound a little too biting, but I was sort of interested even as a little kid as to I'm presented by this thing, with this thing by adults, and I'm not quite sure what to make of it, and I sort of enjoyed it because I engaged in it because I felt like I was in, oh shucks, that was a really bad bonus run. Now the bonus round, you do not lose a ball for missing, but the ball passes through bricks as it clears them instead of bouncing off of them, and you get, I think, either 500 or 1,000 points each for clearing the entire playfield. Clearing the entire playfield and getting a big cache of bonus points is really the only situation where your current point total would not equate to the number of bricks destroyed in the game overall. Yeah, from this point, that first set of stages is kind of the introduction. From this point onward, if the ball strikes the top of the court, the paddle will reduce in size by half. Now, I never played the original Breakout or Arkanoid, but I believe that's an element of Arkanoid, if not also Breakout as well. I do feel that maybe that's a little more something that would be better suited to a coin-op environment to make the game so much radically more challenging for something that I don't feel like it's not like hitting the back of the court is cheating. I mean, it's a legitimate part of the playfield. It's not like a fault line, but here, by reducing the size of your paddle, it is kind of treating the back of the court as though it's a fault line. I think that would maybe be something that would make more sense in a coin-op environment. I don't really think it's necessary for this handheld game, in which you've already made the sale by someone owning the cartridge. Now, this is where the game could be a bit like Space Invaders, where getting those last couple of... I feel like most of the lives I've lost in this game, most of the balls that I've let fall past the paddle at the bottom of the court, I really lost more due to this sort of end game part of the stage, where you're just trying to keep the ball in play long enough to eventually clear more bricks, and then you have those last few bricks, and it's the physics I feel are good, but they're fair. Like, I don't never feel like I lost a ball to unfair physics. Whenever I lost a ball, like, even when the physics are a bit wonky, and usually can't remember a case where I felt like, oh, that should have hit and it didn't. If it feels like borderline it should hit or it shouldn't have, it usually seems the physics, when there's an error or the collision detection isn't quite right, I feel like it is basically skewed in my favor. I've never felt cheated by that. So on one hand, I wish it would be nice if you were allowed to play up the bottle of the my thoughts on coin-operated amusements. In terms of ride-ons, yeah, that's pretty much all I could think of. I remember the one infamous ride-on. There's a picture of it online. There's a scene from the original 1979 Mobile Suit Gundam series, where there's an enemy character, a general from the enemy forces, the evil nation of Zeon, if you're not familiar with the original Gundam, who are the enemies in that game, and they have like this sort of like fascist empire that they're trying to take over the world and everything. One of the main generals from there's a scene where a character from the enemy forces attempts to kamikaze his ship into the protagonist's spaceship. And it's a very iconic scene, and for some reason they decided they made like a spaceship, and they made a molded caricature of that enemy character kamikazing his ship and like holding his hands on the control yoke and screaming as he prepares to like attempt the suicide attack with his spaceship. And then the kid is supposed to sit in the cockpit next to him and ride the little like 100 yen merry-go-round ride or whatever, the little coin-operated ride. And it's not something that some people made as a joke. This is something that they actually made for little kids to ride on. And I was like, who made this? There's just a really strange, sort of inappropriate, questionable ride. Now, I know, like, whenever I'd see those things, what my mom would actually talk about when she was a kid, like, there would be, like, ice cream trucks, right? And then but aside from the ice cream trucks, there was also another truck that would come around and play music. But what it was like a carousel or like a carnival ride or something. It was like a carnival ride. It was like a little kiddie carnival ride, pretty much, on wheels. And they would play the music, and then they'd pull over, and all the kids would run out, and they would buy tickets to ride this thing. And yeah, it's something I've never seen or seen in person. It's something I guess that was a product of its time. No, also so this is depending on, this is something that would have been a long time ago. It's something I never really looked into, like coin-operated, or not coin-operated, but just mobile carousel rides, because the closest thing I could think of would be like maybe a smaller version of those sort of traveling carnivals that go around, and a lot of the rides are on wheels, and they kind of fold up into a van type thing to be transported from fairground to fairground. That's the closest thing I could think of. I guess it would be like a smaller version of that. Yeah, I do need to... I need to find out. I need to go ahead and get my hands on an original. I need to play the original arcade Breakout and Arkanoid. I know for Atari, at least. I mean, Atari makes their stuff, a lot of their older arcade stuff. I mean, Atari's pretty much. I think it's like less. The actual Atari company, I think, is like less than like 30 people. It's basically just a holding company that licenses out all the old arcade and all the old console games that they published and hold the rights to for people to make for like retro and vintage gamers to make money off of, pretty much. So like finding the original Atari and even the original arcade versions of Breakout probably wouldn't be so hard. And I'd love to play that and relate it and compare it to this. Now, I know Arkanoid was by, I believe, Taito, who was also the same company behind Space Invaders and Violence Fight and other classic games like that. And I think Arkanoid actually incorporated items into the mix, where you could get items to change how the paddle handle, how the size of the paddle or the type of ball that you were using and things like that. So I'd love to play the more complex versions. Basically, what I hear are the better games that this is kind of a no-frills knockoff of, and compare them. Even as a no-frills knockoff, I just find the history of it, the simplicity of it. I mean, it's so simple, but it has a little tiny bit of Nintendo polish that I do appreciate. Alright. So we've got our second, second ball of the day. And now, yeah, I forgot, now this is where it gets tricky. You can very quickly get into this rut where it's hard to get the ball to do anything new. There we go. We're just gonna try to rack the score up as high as we can. If we clear the table, so much the better. But yeah, it's very easy to get stuck in a rut where you're just trying to get the ball to cover some new territory, and it can be very difficult to do in general, but especially on these bonus stages. But that was a nice. Now, I don't know why they decide to. The Super Mario Bros. Does this too, where they decide to have the timer. They decide to have the timer go on the game. Like, the timer in-game, I feel like should just represent real-life seconds. But, like, Super Mario Brothers does this too, where there's a timer, but the units of time aren't in seconds, and I don't know why they would do that. I'd love to know the reasoning for why to have a visual representation of time that's not based on any actual standard timekeeping unit. Alright, that was some nice ricochet action there. Now, you may have noticed, I've been doing a lot of balancing of I've been doing a lot of testing of my audio since last week's stream on Wednesday. And I've listened to the suggestions from the chatters in the last week's stream. I've turned up my mic volume significantly. And I turned up the game audio to match with it. This louder mic volume should make it so that the people watching shouldn't have to crank up their personal audio quite so high. It was a little tricky last week. Well, it's a little funny just because there's not so much. The game audio doesn't matter so much in this game. My volume. I know that my volume for my. I'm glad to hear that my mic volume is good. I know that the game sound effects are louder in relation to my own. The game sound effects are louder in relation to my own audio than they were last week. So the game audio is louder compared to my voice, and then my microphone itself is just louder. And when I go back to playing games that have more of a proper soundtrack, I'm going to be adjusting that audio. I'm going to be keeping my mic at this level, and adjusting the game audio based on that. Now, I did also I did a lot of testing to fine tune how my audio sounds for how my background music for my hold screen sounds in relation to my voice. I actually went ahead and I went to Slipstream. In the past, you had to crank your audio to the max. Yeah, I didn't want to have to do that anymore. People have to do that. And what I do is I'll record some test audio, just I'll just talk over the background music of. I'll just talk, and then I'll talk over the background music on my hold screen, and a few other different settings, and then I'll export that video to an unlisted YouTube video, and then I'll listen to that YouTube video on different computers and on my iPad and on my iPhone to just see how it sounds on different devices, make sure it's a good results on all those different devices. For my magazine stream setup, and I didn't realize, I didn't consider this, I haven't streamed, here we go, Stage 8, one of my favorite stages. Because you can get, if you're good at this, you can get some really fun action going here. There we go, there we go. Not quite. Alright. Yeah, you can get some really cool ricochet action going on if you knock it in there. Nah, you have to get it to knock in there without clearing the bottom part too quickly, so that the ball doesn't have a quick escape path to the top. But every few layers you have another chance to get the ball up there. Oh, that was a promising one. Oh. Wow, I'm really clearing this in order of, There we go. That's what I like to see. That's fun. Yeah, that's what I like to see. That's what you call alley. I'm guessing alleyway refers to the idea of getting the ball up the sides and having it get this nice ricochet action going. For my, yeah, I haven't streamed magazines since. Well, I did the first time I streamed magazines was for my 30th stream. Back what, man, I remember when I made it to 30 streams. It was such a big deal for me, and now I'm at what, like closing in on. I'm past 110 at this point, I think. All right. No, we missed. Okay. Yeah, those last few balls are the ones that really give you a lot of trouble. But wow, I had 6 extra balls at one point because I made it all the way to 2,000 points without losing a single ball. That was my first lost ball of the game. Alright. Now this stage, they're going to approach me in a Space Invaders style. So it's a little bit of a cross-stream breakout in Space Invaders here. I'm not unlike Space Invaders, I'm not penalized for the array of blocks approaching, but after a certain point, the bricks despawn. Yeah, I'm not punished. I don't lose points, but I do lose the opportunity to earn those points. So I do want to break out the blocks as quickly as possible so that I can... And yeah, breakout. I used that term several times last time. I just used that term naturally without even... Yes, that I'm thinking of the game Breakout, but that's probably why they ended up calling it Breakout. And then they try to contextualize it with the idea that you're a prisoner escaping from jail. Now, yeah, I haven't streamed... I streamed a little bit... When I first streamed Mario Advance, I streamed a little Game Boy Advance, some, like, Nintendo Power coverage and some EGM coverage of, like, early GBA launch period. But I haven't streamed since then, and I really enjoy, like, Mecha Kong, the Mecha Kong, who is a streamer here on Twitch. Fantastic streamer, enjoy their material tremendously, but I love their magazine streams, but I am like, why don't I? And I enjoyed doing the couple of magazine streams I did. I remember Kalakaboy, you were saying that you felt like you were in a college class and I was the professor teaching game history, which is kind of flattering, especially since I'm a lot of the stuff in the magazines might have been a lot of that stuff I was reading on, not all of, maybe half the stuff I was reading on was either before my time, like before I was even playing games, or was at a time when I was playing games before I really started reading game magazines and being aware of gaming news and stuff like that. I remember, I think the first gaming magazines really my older brother was bringing home, and it must have been around like 93, 94 I started reading those, and I got my Game Gear in 91, which is what got me into games. So I was reading a lot of like magazine coverage for the first Sonic the Hedgehog. Now I picked out a few magazines that had coverage of the Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear. A lot of those magazines being from the UK and Australia, because I think Master System was bigger over there than it was over here, and the whole 8-bit Sega in general. Highly intellectual, but also entertaining. Well, I hope I could replicate that experience again for you today. Now, I went to Slipstream, slip.stream, and that website has a lot of royalty-free music you could use. And I had this set up. I got a bunch of cool royalty-free chiptune music to use as the background music for my stream. But all of a sudden, like just today, it did not happen before, just like an hour maybe before I went live. The input option, like because what I was doing to capture music that's just playing on my PC, I would use this certain thing that you could do in Streamlabs, and all of a sudden, it stopped like outputting audio to that, and so I just had to go ahead and adapt my hold music playlist to play quietly in the background. And I had this cool mood setting, a royalty-free chiptune music I could use that wasn't stuff you've heard before. Hey, Bartface, how you doing? Yeah, the gift of gab. Hold on a second. I gotta catch up with that. Yes, that's an apt comparison. Your stream of consciousness speaking about various subjects is reminiscent of college lectures. I remember once, what was it? I had an English professor. I mean, English language and literature. All right. Somehow, he ended up going on a rant about the Roman destruction of the nation of Carthage. And it was very interesting, but it's like, oh, we've gotten so far off the mark right now. Alright. So we're at our, we're halfway to, 3K right now. Oh, come on. You get really stuck in these ruts. Oh, God. Where it's hard to get the ball to cover new territory. Okay, that's a nice shallow angle. We can clear a lot of bricks with that one, but it's gonna be very difficult to get it to. Yeah, it's hard to get 2 passes in a row. There we go. That's okay. That was actually really good. With these bonus stages, something about the fact that there's fewer opportunities for impacts to change the ball's trajectory, I think, is what's making it very easy to get into these sort of. There we go. You're just wrapping up work, but you're listening? Yeah, it seems like we're running at about the same schedule as last week. Because you're saying you were wrapping up work last time as well. Now, now this stage is the first, stage 10 is the beginning of the non-destructible obstacles as part of the court. These bricks allow for a lot of ricochet action. It basically divides the court into 3 sections that you can, like, well, we were just talking about Rome, divide and conquer. Now, if I was able to clear one section, I wasn't particularly aiming for that right section, but if I can get the ball up there, which it seems like I'm going to be able to do, yeah. Now, I did pay the price with the the size of my my paddle there. I mean, arguably, you could say that the non-destructible obstacles in this course actually make it easier to I guess manage than even some of the, I guess, easier courses. There we go. It's just all right. And oh, not quite, not quite. Yeah, there's gonna be some of the magazine coverage that I'm gonna be doing. There are a couple of magazines that cover 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog I want to get to that over a year ago, during my last magazine stream, I cannot believe it's been that long. I want to go ahead and maybe finish those up, interspersed with some new material. In a perfect world, I'd like to think, oh, I'm gonna, if I ever whip out the NES Classic Edition that I've had since before I started streaming, that I got specifically with these streams, doing these streams in mind, I'm gonna go ahead and whip that out, and I'll do, like, Nintendo Power #1 the day I do, like, NES Classic Edition. But it's like, I have so many games to get to, and if I go ahead and try to dole out magazines and theme it super specifically, I'll never get to the magazines because like I have such a I know that infamous term backlog. I don't consider it a backlog. I just have so many games that such a selection. I have to choose. Okay, what am I gonna do? When am I gonna do it? Because because I basically have scheduled out. Oh shucks, actually missed a ball there. I've scheduled out. I've scheduled out the dates and times for all my planned streams. Now, if I'm feeling like a certain stream, or there's a certain event happening that I'm gonna have the opportunity to cover, like a live event like E3 or a Nintendo Direct or a Pokemon Direct. You're eagerly anticipating another scholarly lecture from Grand Professor Super Train Station H. Grand Professor, not just Professor, but Grand Professor. I'd love to know what the qualifications for Grand Professor are. I'm quite flattered. Oh, this was a fun stage. I say this a lot. I don't know. Like honestly, even with some of the more forgiving reviews of this are not very positive. I don't know if there's any person on Earth. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying I've never seen anyone express as much affection for this game as I have. Like I know for a fact, my last stream of this is right now, this is the only coverage. If I did not stream this game, I don't know if anyone would have gotten around to streaming this game throughout this month, if not the entire 3-month period. Let's not say 6 months. Maybe someone will, especially right now with people getting their analog pockets and popping this game in here and there. But I do not know if anyone else I wonder if anyone else has put as much time into this particular title on Twitch as I have. And I haven't even put in 4 hours last week, and this week is going to be an hour. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna tease this now. After a certain amount of, we'll get into a little, maybe before the midstream break, I found a certain video by actually found this months ago, I just forgot about it. I bookmarked it. I found a certain video that someone made. Someone who was not very fond of me made a video about me. And this video was from July 2012, when I was more active on YouTube. And I watched literally the first second of the video, and I just immediately paused. I'm like, all right, this is going to be something special. This is something I need to share on stream. Because, it's whatever it is, I'm already, you can already see how amused I am by this. The fact that I annoyed or made unhappy someone to the point where they actually dedicated to making a video trying to make fun of me. So we'll see what they came up with. Hopefully, maybe they did a good job parodying me, I don't know. But hopefully we can get some laughs out of it. I mean, if I can get some laughs out of the DJ Random Brother nonsense, and that was completely out of line, then I know I can get some laughs out of this. Because the hilarious thing with the DJ Random Brother nonsense was how he just immediately, the second he realized he wasn't, he made that video expecting me to go buck wild on him and curse him out or whatever, and I just immediately just didn't. I just shrugged my shoulders at it. And so after that, he was so freaked out, he immediately, apologized, I'm so sorry, this and that. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm amused by that. I hope that, wherever that person is, I hope they're doing okay. And that was frankly probably, like my shining moment in my short career of, being on the lowest, the bottom half of 1% of the way to being mildly notable. Back in, 2012, having 2,000 subs was actually a bit of on the way to being notable. Back when you could get that kind of following, get hundreds and hundreds of views off a video of just me talking to a webcam with little to no editing. Back when just having a 10-second title screen and a 10-second, outro screen edited into the video was enough to make people comment that I had impressive production values. I don't think I could. I mean, I would love to. I don't know, I have mixed feelings if I'd like to go back to that or not. Frankly, like, I've put in more time into the few videos I've made since May 2020, when I tried to start up YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Just couple of videos I made, all the effort it took, and then, like, to get so few views, and it's not the fact, it took a lot of effort, and I really wasn't that satisfied with what came about it, whereas I was more satisfied with the end results of my streams than I was with the end result of the videos I was making, and I think it would just take, it's hard to, like, to make even a video that even begins to approach the modern standards for what people expect of a YouTube video now. You basically have to be going into it with professional level time and professional level, I guess, investment, and that's not something I'm going to try to do. I'm not going to try to rely on ad revenue and Patreon or stuff to try to make these videos, when a lot of the cases I might just be saying something in the video in a more formal setting, a pre-recorded version of what I might as well just be saying right here. Because I've already done a couple of videos, like, talking about different Twitch policies and stuff, that my YouTube video about it was just footage of my Twitch stream, just editing out the specific spots where I was talking about that in general. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that was a moment there where these non-destructible obstacles were actually posed a bit of a threat, where they bounced the ball back at me much quicker than they otherwise might have, and I had to respond quicker as a result. No, okay, almost missed that one. Almost missed it, but not quite. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the only YouTube video I have planned, I've been thinking for a while about doing, Metroid Dread, doing it as an offline Let's Play, and the first episode include just sort of some context as to my experience with the Metroid series, my experience with Metroid Dread, and how that stream didn't go well, and my experience didn't go well. Maybe playing it off stream will help. I'm very, like, sort of almost in a detached way, interested in what my experience with Metroid Dread would be like, especially in the context of, you know, like, certain, like, whoever that guy is that worked on the first God of War, who got stuck in that part in Metroid, and then he criticized it of being bad game design, and then he got, like, ridiculed for it, and, like, when I saw what happened, and, like, what he was stuck at, and the sort of responses to it, and in that case, it's like, I feel like he actually was missing a bunch of clues that if I would have I might have gotten stuck there, and then when I figured it out, it would have felt like, okay, I needed to pay more attention there, or when I figured out the clues, the subtle ways that the developers draw your attention to certain aspects of the environment, I really didn't feel like that was unfair. And I will call out things that I think are unfair in games, even if it's a game I like or a franchise I like. I mean, just the fact that the fact that I didn't even finish Pokemon Sword and Shield pretty much says enough. And I hope my experience with Pokemon Legends Arceus, which is the stream after next. It's gonna be the Saturday after next, I believe. Yeah, that's... Now, let's see. I want to just take a look at... Actually, no, I want to just get myself off of... There we go. I had those ugly brackets on my layout that whole time. The brackets from GIMP, which is my image editing program. Now, that on-screen scoreboard that's part of my layout, that is not something in Streamlabs OBS. That is something in GIMP, which is basically a Photoshop alternative. And I have the scoreboard, I made a scoreboard document in GIMP and I'm window capturing it using the broadcast software, because I found, like, just doing basic changes for things in Streamlabs OBS has just been slow and inefficient in ways I don't understand how or why that would be the case. So I just had to, So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll let the broadcast software run the game, and then for the stuff like the that scoreboard, I'll just open up another program and window capture it. So when it's time to update, and yeah, there are no stats yet. Man, I've been playing this game, this one match for more than 40 minutes. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I did not think I'd be, You know what? Maybe this is a stream. Actually, no, I want to collect more data first. But, yeah, this is a game that maybe if we do some watch parties of, like Computer Chronicles or stuff like that, all the, the stuff that's public domain or that I could just get away with just casually watching on stream. That kind of stuff that, some channels on Twitch are dedicated to streaming 24/7 and they don't have copyright problems with it. Just because it's either public domain or just the copyright's no longer enforced or whatever. A lot of technology, documentaries, and stuff like that. I would like to do that for, with this game. Sort of like I used to... There was a point where I was doing that with NES Pinball. And, well, actually, it was Versus Pinball specifically, because it was Versus Pinball that I had the whole grind going in. Where I was doing a lot of streams, even... like just an hour or two sometimes, especially in the evenings playing. And that was earlier. It's weird saying earlier on when I was streaming, but it's like it was well over a year ago now. Now, if I could just get that last ball. Now, if this round goes on for more than 20 minutes, I'm going to finish this. You know what? Looks like it's gonna be the case that I'm just gonna end up. Well, that's not really what I planned on, but because this one session is taking so long, even if I end up coming short, I'm probably just. I'm gonna switch to magazines actually after the end of this match. Either that, or yeah, I'll either switch to magazines at the end of this match, or if I'm still playing this one match after 20 minutes or 18 minutes 42 and counting seconds is up, I will just continue to play this match fully until I get a game over. 33. Wow. Yeah, this is now our string. We're now this is now our highest score we've ever gotten. Since I started keeping track of all this stuff. Yeah, it's arguable that these block formations, in addition to the movement, is making it easier to wedge the ball up there and have just the physics of the ball, just have it bounce around and take care of it for you. Yeah, my old high score is 33.82, and we're already up to 39.61. If I could get less than 50 points to go until I get another one up, which is going to prolong the game session even longer. I don't know if this is the highest score I've ever gotten, because honestly, if it weren't for the bonus stages, my score would be directly reflective of just how far I get in the game in terms of how many stages I've cleared. But because of those bonus stages, like that first bonus stage, I didn't do well in at all. So I know because of that, there's no way that, without that first bonus stage, there's really no reasonable way. I'd have a much higher high score right now if I did do better in that first bonus stage. So you know what? I wonder if I could add up. I'd have to... Like, I can look back at this, right, and figure out how many blocks are in each stage, therefore how many points are to be scored into each standard stage. And that's another thing. You know what? I could work this, if I could figure out how many blocks are in each stage, including the stages where additional blocks scroll in over time, and then calculate, because of the different pictures that are formed by the block formations in the bonus stages, those block stages those bonus stages I'm sure have different total point counts from each other. If I include that and whatever bonus you get from clearing a bonus stage, I could compare. You know what? I can make like a point. I can make a line graph comparing. Yeah, I can make actually a line graph comparing my scores in a particular game compared to the maximum possible perfect score. Because I'd love to see that visualized, and I'm talking about all this math stuff. And once again, I know I keep getting into this, and it distracted me to the point where I lost a doggone ball. I'm saying all this. Meanwhile, my stupid college tried to say that I was mathematically illiterate. And it's like, yeah. And then the professor, meanwhile, when the head of the math department finally worked at me, he's like, yeah, you're doing more advanced stuff with me in this independent study than what I'd expect of an actual math major. Like an actual non-disabled math major. And you're explaining this like a normal math student. Like, I just give them a bunch of problems and they solve them. You're making an answer and then working backwards from the answer to build the problem and explaining each step. So, which is basically what the independent study was, and I was just covering. Basically, I've just ended up writing a miniature basic math textbook with the professor on just problem-solving skills and about different functions and mechanics and the mathematicians who developed these different concepts. Like I know I mentioned last time, in particular, like, because right now I'm taking down all these scores and building an average, and John Tukey was interested in how a single outlying extreme piece of data in a set can skew the results of an average, and he made the box and whisker chart, which is a way to sort of visualize how much a single stray piece of data is skewing the rest of the results. You know, just different things like that. Now, I will be so proud if I could last. I will not pause to stall for time. I promise I will not. But if I could last 13 and a half minutes, I will have been playing this single game for more than an hour, which will be a first for me. I also don't know if I've ever before gotten this far in the game. I don't know if I've ever gotten to stage 15 before. Yeah, it'll be fun crunching numbers when we're done with this. 4333. Nice number there. Oh, is this gonna do it? Yeah, almost. Yeah, we got it. This is officially the furthest I've ever gotten in this game. And you want to crank that high score up as high as you can, but it's also true the more I crank that high score up. I mean, I could deliberately throw the game and just let myself get a game over now so that I could beat. But the higher that score goes, the more the harder it's going to be to beat it, which makes it all the more exciting to improve my PB. And I know you can, if you get more than 9,999, you can roll the board over to the point, oh my gosh, will I? Do we dare to dream? Oh, so close, only one brick left. We almost, man, if I got the bonus there, yeah, this is officially the furthest I've ever got. Stage 16. Yeah, even on 3DS on the Virtual Console on the 3DS, I don't think I've gotten this far. Oh yeah, the ball is a lot faster now. This is the first time that I felt the ball get faster too. Oh, we lost our half our paddle, but this formation and this stage, it really allows for a lot of good ricochet action. Oh my gosh. Oh, they knew what they were doing with this. This is the first time where I feel like the the non-destructible... I mean, we're very close to getting an extra ball here. At the end, before this stage is out, we're going to beat 5,000 points. This is the first time where the non-destructible objects in the court... Yeah, 5,000! We've got 2 extra balls now. Yeah, the first time I really felt like the non-destructible obstacles in the court have really added significantly to the challenge. Because before the non-destructible obstacles, actually, I think maybe even made the board a little... The courses that they appear in a little easier. Alright. Yeah, this is the furthest I've ever gotten this game not using, because I've gotten very far in this game using, like, save states, just to see what the different... I was just interested in seeing what the different layouts were like, if there was a concrete ending to the game. There kind of is, and then I think the game just loops back around to stage 1, but faster. And, alright. 16. Alright. Now this is going to be fun. We got 10 minutes to spare. Yeah, there we go. There. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah. This is getting really fun now, actually. I mean, you could argue what it means that the fact that... I mean, I was having fun before, but now it's like... that. There's some games where the challenge... where it gets more challenging and it stops being fun. With this, I feel like as it gets more challenging, it becomes more fun. And the gradual... I don't know. I've seen even the generous reviews be kind of harsh on this. I think this is a great game. Now, even if the Arkanoid and Breakout are probably... oh, shucks. They may end up being better games than this. Now, if I had nailed that opening serve well, I could have actually gotten in the ball into a spot where I probably could have cleared most of the no, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is our last ball. Can we clear stage 17 with this final ball? Can we survive 8 more minutes on this last ball? Because I don't think we're getting to 5,000 points on this last ball. Okay, I gotta focus now. And, okay, there we go. And, oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. We got these, yeah, we got 311, 15, 16. And okay, I'm not even looking at the score right now. I'm just focusing on keeping the ball in play. No, and that's 5-3-3-3. All right, that was a good game. 5-3-3-3. So we're just gonna, I just want to add that in here. Five, 3-3-3. Recent. I'm not gonna clear this because now I'm getting to a point where if a game that one game took the better part, nearly like 8 minutes shy of an hour. I was nearly playing for an hour straight. 5-3-3-3. Okay. So I'm gonna plug in 5,333. Okay, 5. I'm going to plug that in to my calculator here. Oh. Okay, we're just going to... So now my new average, 2,800.5. So that with 0.5 or higher, I'm just going to round up. 2,801. 2,801 is our new average. So we're just going to... Actually, no. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do... I'm going to... 2801 and calculate 11.9. So our average has improved 11.9. That one score improved our average by 11.9%. Okay. So we're gonna plus 11 point 11.9 stream peep. I don't know. So let's see. 2801 is the new. There we go. Alright, I'll have to think of what I want to have on the scoreboard going forward. But, yeah, that'll do it for Alleyway. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to... I'm going to change the title to... How about... Okay. 80s. Reading 80s and 90s game magazines. How about... You know what? I'm going to keep this under retro. Because it has to do with retro gaming. This isn't quite just chatting. Yeah, I'm going to keep this under... I'm going to get rid of the Game Boy stream. Going to get rid of high score attempts. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. So, we're going to go to... I have a button on my Stream Deck for this, and I'm just going to press that. And there we go. So this is where we start with the magazine. Actually, no, I do need to... I'll be right back. I'm just going to very briefly just change the cable. I have to change out the monitor. From my capture card and plug it into my computer. Alright, so now I've just gone from having... My computer is now a dual monitor setup. So you can just... What do I want to grab? I want to grab... Where's the... Here's the program. And we're just going to drag it right on over to the other monitor. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's what I like to see. So now I could look straight ahead. I didn't mean to do the Satoru Iwata, like, direct, Nintendo Direct, like, gesture. But that's where we're at now. So I've balanced my music here. So it should be pretty good. Where it's just barely just present, just adding a little bit to the ambiance without it being completely silent. And we're actually going to... So we're gonna go on for... Let's go on for another hour. And then we'll do the midstream break. So here we've got Handheld Go. This is from the UK. I only opened these up. I have a general sense of what's in them. I put notes on, like, some of the particular features I want to focus on. I know this one is going to have Sonic on Game Gear in it. But we're just playing Game Boy. I mean, come on, we're just playing Game Boy, and we have Game Boy right here. Now, this is a UK gaming magazine. So I was not even reading my brother's gaming magazines till like 93, 94-ish. Okay, there we go. Inside, Gauntlet, Marble Madness, Link's Golf, and more. Alright, so let's check this out. Now, what I like, I've got my mouse visible in here on the capture, so I'll be able to see if I'm pointing to something in particular, I'll be able to point it. Now I'm using a new program to capture to open some of these. Oh no, let me put in the source for my. There we go. Put in the source for the magazines there. Now some of them are PDFs, some of them are CBR, which is apparently a format intended for comic books originally. Now, Sonic exclusive, Game Gear exclusive, WF exclusive, Ultimate on Game Boy. Ready, here it is, the third incredible issue of the world's most wicked game mag, completely and utterly free, breaking forth from these very pages. Oh, this is a free magazine, that's interesting. Starting with that WWF, Gauntlet 2. Now, this is interesting. This is a UK gaming magazine. I wonder how much of a following. I guess WWF had to have a significant following in the UK to really support this this kind of coverage. Being so excited for WWF game. I understand it had a bit of a following in Japan as well. So Donald Duck on Game Gear. All right. So editor. Okay. So I'm moving. Yeah, I like the magazines in particular that are formatted such as that you could just scroll down and that's that. But in this one, I'm gonna have to sort of scroll around a bit. But it's not so bad. I like how it's laid out here. Now, actually, I could blow this up a little bit. Now, Super Monaco GP. I had the sequel to this on Game Gear, but Game Gear 99. Now it's interesting. They just, I guess it's because of the UK. I'm assuming this is in Great British pounds. But they don't really. Master Gear converter fits neatly on back of Game Gear, enables the use of Master System games. And the UK, that would have been a much bigger deal than in the US. Game Boy, $69.99. I feel like that was the US price as well. Was that the US launch price for Game Boy? Tetris, batteries, stereo headphones, 2-player lead. Yeah, with a 2-player lead, that's definitely UK terminology. If you buy a Game Boy in any game, we'll give you a free game light as well. So for about 90 quid, you'll get everything shown in the above picture. But, yeah, I have a bunch of games listed here. Nintendo Game & Watch. You know, it's funny, because I think of Game Boy as, like, sort of the cutoff point, but even at this point, you know, the Game & Watch, please quote prices to avoid confusion. Load the truck, but don't break the bottles. Mario's Cement Factory. Game & Watch, Super Mario Brothers. I mean, look at that Game & Watch for look at that little rinky-dink version of Super Mario Brothers. Compared to now, we have the actual Super Mario Brothers in a Game & Watch that I own myself. Indiana Jones, Sonic the Hedgehog. He's here. Sega's super cute, spiky pal makes it onto the Game Gear, and he's brilliant. Just turn to our incredible Go review for the full lowdown on this ultra cool handheld Romperama. Give me the whip, throw me the idol. The man with the hat is back with a vengeance on Game Gear, and only a Go review could be better than Indie, so let's read it. So read it. I don't know why I want to say so let's read it. So let me zoom out a little bit. Let's zoom back in. Okay. Actually, I could, yeah. Well, as soon as I zoom out, I want to zoom back. I just want to get my bearings on what I'm looking at. So, Galaga on Gear. Watch out for a conversion of one of the hottest coin ops around. Coming soon to your Game Gear, Galaga 91 is a souped-up version of that old classic Galaxians. Well, the game is just called Galaxian. I don't know why they call it Galaxians in plural. Whew. Dry air in this winter. Excuse me. Okay, so we're just covering this Game Gear version of, what's it called? Oh, Galaga 91. Oh, perfect emote. On point emote game there, Barface. Thanks for the blessings, everybody. Now, Time Boy, look, oh my goodness, there's a little Game Boy Watch that I saw it originally at the Nintendo World Store. I keep wanting to get it, but it's like whenever I'm out, I don't want to. I mean, I guess I dress pretty much how you see me here, so I kind of dress kind of nerdy anyway, but going as far as have a little Game Boy wristwatch, I never went that far, but that thing is so tiny. It's small, it looks like a Game Boy, it tells the time. It's the Time Boy, a cheeky little keyring shaped like Nintendo's smash hit handheld. It has all the buttons you see on a real Game Boy, but you can't play Kickoff or Tetris. The fire buttons switch between time, date, and seconds, while the control pad allows the owner to change settings. We think it's right smart, although we're not too sure how Mr. N Nintendo of Japan feels about it. If you fancy getting your hands on one, why not call Shikana? The folks who supplied us with ours on, and then there's the phone number. Now, I think, if I understand correctly, UK phone numbers, like there was at some point in the late 80s or early 90s, there was some kind of restructuring of the UK phone system where the phone number format has completely changed actually since then. Now tune into Sega Telly. It's here at last, the peripheral all Game Gear owners have been waiting for. The Sega, now, in a pre-smartphone era, I remember thinking that this was such a cool thing. The idea of like, oh, I could be on the A train and watch TV, you know. It was just another world back then. I remember in JFK, we were at the airport once, and there was these seats that had a little coin-operated over-the-air television in them, and I thought that was cool. It's here at last, the peripheral all Game Gear owners have been waiting for, the Sega TV Tuner. It plugs into the cartridge slot of your Game Gear and works just like a normal handheld telly, complete with tuning dial, allowing you to find not only BBC One and ITV, but BBC Two and Channel 4 as well. Costing $74.99, the TV Tuner may cost a lot, but if you're a red-hot on-the-move gamer who doesn't want to miss the sad afternoon chat shows, it's an absolute must. Now, when I was in the UK, like, I think I was getting the equivalent of over-the-air television in my hotel room, and it seemed like there was just, like, 3 or 4 versions of BBC and, like, 3 or 4 versions of ITV, and then there was a Channel 4, like, I couldn't quite make sense of it, and it was just part of the magic of it all, like, how different the TV was over there. And, like, I'll tell you something, in the UK, it feels like half the commercials were for, like, UK exclusive products, but they were filmed in New York, clearly on the streets of New York City with American actors. It was very interesting. Now, if I do need to adjust the background music, let me know. If I need to turn it down a bit, let me know. I'm not worried about it being too loud. I don't want it to be just barely audible. Okay. Alright, so here we go. We'll zoom out a bit. Alright, we'll just take a full overview of this right here for a moment. Bask in the full glory of the two-parade spread layout here. We'll zoom in a bit more and read this up. After tremendous success on the Mega Drive, which was the international name of what we in North America know as the Genesis, like they had to rename the Mega Drive the Genesis in North America for trademark reasons. There was, I think, some kind of hard drive that was the company used the main Mega Drive. It was trademarked in the U.S. They couldn't use that in the U.S. and North America. But I really think the name Genesis, I think, was really key to sort of the attitude, the sort of way they positioned the console in the North American market. I think that having to come up with a new name for the system in North America was a blessing in disguise. Because, like, the way they marketed Genesis, the Sega 16-bit system in North America, only the name Genesis would have done that. I don't think the name Mega Drive would have done that. But anyway, we'll get back into the article. Now, these screenshots here are very clearly what appear to be taking a photograph of a Game Gear screen. After tremendous success on the Mega Drive, Sega's spiny blue answer to Mario rushes swiftly over to the Game Gear. Sonic must bravely battle against the crazed Dr. Robotnik, who has captured all the animals and put them into robotic suits to terrorize the land. Guide Sonic through the different areas, collecting items and spiking Robotnik's minions as you go. The fruits of the evil Doctor's twisted mind are ready to stop you in your speedy tracks, but a hedgehog's gotta do what a hedgehog's gotta do. Game Gear, price to be announced. Dicing with Death in the Dock. Each of the 6 levels which make up Mario's world consist... Wow, they wrote Mario. They accidentally wrote Mario instead of Sonic. That's classic. That's classic right there. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, there we go. I think I just did what I meant to do there. Okay. Each of the 6 levels that make up Mario's world. Mario versus Robotnik. I mean, it kind of happened in the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games series. Each of the 6 levels that make up Mario's world consist of 3 stages, the end of which awaits Dr. Robotnik, sitting in his flying saucer and waiting to bring Sonic's quest to a swift end. Defeat the Dock, and it's on to the metallic suit containing the kidnapped animals. Hit the switch, and they're free. You know, I think they've confused with the idea of the enemies being mechanical robots that have an animal placed inside them as a power source. And then they're describing the capsule as a mechanical suit. There are so many weird, like, half-translations or semi-translated concepts regarding what Robotnik actually was doing to these animals that kind of led to the depiction of the robotization process as shown in Sonic SatAM and then the later Archie Comics Sonic comic series. Supersonic sauciness. Being a super hedgehog, Sonic can do more than snuffing around, drinking milk, and ruining gardens. As well as being able to run very quickly, our blue-hued boy can jump high in the sky, spinning wildly to knock out all manner of airborne creatures. Or, if the enemy is ground-based, he can curl himself into a tight ball and scatter meanies like Skittles. All skills which he'll need to make use of if he's to foil Robotnik's wicked scheme. Now, for those who may not be familiar, when it says roll himself into a tight ball and scatter meanies like Skittles, as I understand it, Skittles are what they call bowling pins in the UK. So they're basically likening Sonic to a bowling ball here. They're not talking about Skittles candy. What's on TV? Activate the TV screens positioned around the levels. I would always call them boxes, and later on I discovered they were supposed to be video monitors. In the Genesis version, you can kind of tell that they're supposed to be video monitors. In the 8-bit graphics, you really can't quite tell that they're supposed to be video monitors. Activate the TV screens positioned around the levels, and Sonic will receive various powers, such as invincibility, even greater speed, and extra lives. There should be a comma between speed and extra lives, but we'll go on. Then check all around the bonus levels when you get to them, because hidden away in a secret difficult to get part of the playing area is a special screen, which gives you a free continue. Plenty of trouble, no bother. Our Sonic can make his mark in all kinds of places, above ground, underground, and even underwater. Now, okay, that's more. Plug in and turn on the Sonic cart. This is a review by Paul Rand. Plug in and turn on the Sonic cart, fall over in awe, and then pick yourself up and be thunderstruck by the sheer brilliance of this game. Blindingly fast and more difficult than the Mega Drive version. That's an interesting take there. More difficult than the Mega Drive version, and with graphics that make bigger machines go weak at the knees. This is more than anyone could have expected or even hoped for. If you pass the chance of playing Sonic on the GG, you might as well book yourself into a loony bin right now. Now, it's interesting. This is the first time I've ever heard someone describe the 8-bit version of Sonic, be it for Master System or Game Gear, as being harder than the original 16-bit version. Usually, what I hear is that the 8-bit version is too easy compared to the 16-bit version. Me personally, I've never beat the 16-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'd love to do it on stream sometime in the future. I'll maybe dedicate a stream to it here and there. I don't think I've ever actually... Yeah, I've never beaten Sonic on Genesis, the original version. Whereas I have beat it many times on the 8-bit versions, both on Master System and on Game Gear. And what I've heard is between the Game Gear and Master System version that the Game Gear version is too easy compared to the Master System version. I think between the two versions, there are different balancing changes and level design changes, enemy placements, that for every little thing that makes one harder than the other, there's a counter to it. So I really think the two versions, the Master System and Game Gear editions of the 8-bit version are both about equal. Now, rings and things. Throughout the game, Sonic can collect shiny gold rings, which have a number of uses. Being hit by a nasty while in possession of a ring saves our heroic hedgehog from deathly doom, whilst collecting 100 gives Sonic an extra life. I will finish the level with more than 50 rings in your possession, though, and it's off to the bonus stage where points rings can be picked up for a massive extra score. I think in terms of getting extra lives as well as the chance to score continues. Ultimately, I would say for sure that I think accessing the bonus stage is more advantage to your game session in terms of racking up points, in terms of getting extra lives that continues, than getting the 100 points within the normal stages to get that extra life. It's basically, excuse me, it's just, my nose is so, it's not even like I'm congested, it's just that it's so dry in here. I have to get, you know what? Yeah, I will. Sometime in the next couple of weeks, I might have to get myself a humidifier for this room. Plenty of trouble, no one can bother. Okay, we read that. Who would have believed it? Sonic pops up on the little Sega, and it's one of the best versions of the lot. Spanky graphics, fabby sound, and wickedly addicted gameplay all add up to one hell of a title you can't miss, so grab it. I love the combination of, like, UK slang combined with, like, 80s slang, and then it's, like, 80s UK slang, so it's quite the, Casey's Computer wishes you all a Merry Christmas. Number 3 High Speed, Leadboro Leagues, 11 LE11 1PY. That's, I think, what they call the postcode there. As I understand it, we have zip codes in the United States that are for, like, a sort of a town or a certain region. A larger city will have several zip codes. And New York City and, like, in Manhattan, there's sometimes even particular skyscrapers might have their own zip code. Shikana Consoles, we've seen them advertise in a few of these UK gaming magazines that we've read before. Yeah, been established since 1978. Wow. The Handy Company. And soon we have Marble Madness. You have WWF. It's kind of funny how the WWF game is the cover story as opposed to Sonic on Game Gear. Game music CDs, more than 100 available direct from Japan only through us. Consoles, PC Engine, Super Famicom, Game Boy, Game Gear. Now this was how you imported games back then. I remember even in EGM, there would be things in the back of the magazines through the 90s. Not only could you order magazines, you could even order mod chips to bypass the lockout for systems like PlayStation and Saturn. You would never get away with that nowadays. They'd be lawsuits. The people would probably even get arrested over that nowadays. So what's this here? Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna pretend we did not see that. Oh boy. So we have Sega Mega Drive, an Atari 520 ST. You have a blank ad there. I guess they couldn't. Wait. If an advert is wrong, who puts it right? We do. The Advertising Standards Authority ensures advertisers meet with a strict code of advertising practice. So if you question an advertiser, they have to answer to us. Find out more about the ASA, write to the Advertising Standards Authority. This sounds like a government organization, maybe akin to the United States Federal Trade Commission, where if you're doing misleading or deceptive advertising, they could actually get in legal trouble for it. I wonder if this perhaps might fall under something that you might want to bring to their attention, because some of the imagery on there has me very concerned as to what you might be connected to if you were to call that hotline, but we're not going to mention that again. Now, Tetris, Sega, Nintendo, Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. High score secrets revealed. Enter worlds you never knew existed. Improve skill levels. Win games. Monthly cash prizes. Call now. Charge at 36 cents. Cheap rate 48 cents at all other times. Win a Super Famicom or Sega Mega Drive. So Super Famicom, that means that, this is what, 1990, I think? Or not, this has to be 91. No. Okay, we just rotated the magazine. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. So we have Gauntlet there. You have this Donald Duck game for Game Gear. This is a game oh, you know what? Donald Duck, the Lucky Dime Caper. Now, man, you could really see them struggling to cover. I'm going to zoom in on this just so you can see. Yeah, that's the quality of screenshots. That's the best they can manage at the time, because they didn't have any, I don't think they had any kind of direct, some of these magazines from the time have what appear to be direct feed screenshots. I don't know if those were provided by the game developers, or if they had some means to somehow direct feed off of a, but yes, Donald Duck, the Lucky Dime Caper. Yeah, I remember this game. I never played it, but I remember seeing this game in a poster because I'd get, occasionally when I get games, that come with a poster with lots of screenshots of different Game Gear games and even Genesis games. That's how I first learned about Sega CD and stuff like that. So before I got into gaming magazines, these sort of promotional materials, these posters with just one screenshot and a little 1 or 2 sentence write-up for the game would be how I'd learn about all these games. I'd fantasize about all these games. Oh, Donald Duck, Lucky Dime Caper. And I think the copy was something like, Donald Duck goes on a quest for the lucky dimes that'll make him and his nephews rich, or something like that. And that was my first introduction to the concept of what I think was called the number 1 dime and DuckTales, or the Donald Duck expanded universe, as it were, which is how I think Scrooge McDuck got rich. Now let's see what the write-up here, I think, might get into a bit of this lore. Huey, Dewey, and Louie weren't happy when Uncle Scrooge gave them naught but a shining dime for their birthday. Scrooge explained that he'd make his first fortune simply by owning one of these lucky dimes, which cheered up the kids to no end. That is, until the wicked Magica de Spell appeared, frittering away the boys and the coins, including Scrooge's original dime. Become Donald Duck and search the globe in search of your nephews across a variety of landscapes, each one filled with their own special brand of traps, puzzles, and memes. With just a mallet for protection, all does not bode well for Donald, but whoever said a duck's life was a bed of roses? Okay. Nice write-up there. Oh, you know what? Hey! This is interesting. I was not this is a... Game Boy would have been 88? Hold on. Oh, let's look. What is this? This is 80... Hold on. This is 1992. This is 92... 88. So this is 4 years after the initial release of the Game Boy. I mean, we're at the point where, like, Game Gear didn't launch with Sonic the Hedgehog. We're at the point where they're covering the Game Gear version of Sonic. I think it's because, I don't know when the Game Gear version of Sonic released in the UK, or when Game Boy, because at this time the UK and Europe were getting releases a lot, like the US and North America would get releases a lot later than Japan, and the UK and Europe would get them even later than the US. So yeah, I think because this magazine is focused on handheld games, they're sort of particularly giving a write-up for the Game Boy. Whereas with Christmas only days away, you'll already be thinking about a handheld to buy with that festive dosh. That's a new term for money I haven't heard before. From Auntie Mabel and Grandma. In the third of our series of Go Lowdowns, Paul Rand checks out the world's highest-selling portable games machine, the Game Boy from Nintendo. This is perfect for the earlier stream today. When reports of Nintendo's new Game Boy machine began to filter through, nobody knew what to make of them. Now, I'm going to mention this real quick. I remember hearing that the Nintendo Power, now this is back when Nintendo Power was fully owned by Nintendo of America, how the staff at Nintendo Power found out about the existence of Game Boy is that one day they just got a box from Nintendo Corporation Limited in Japan, and they just opened it up. They opened up this box, and there's just a Game Boy with accessories and games for them to review and cover. And that's the moment they found out the Game Boy existed. That's the sort of the nature of these things back then. So pre-internet, well, I mean, there were early, like, there were different, keyboards and online news groups, but the modern World Wide Web, as we know, it was not a thing yet. So, yeah, I wonder how it was like to try to keep track of all these game rumors about possible systems that were being developed at the time. Reports of Nintendo's new Game Boy machine began to filter through. Nobody knew what to make of them. It was a monochrome handheld, not much bigger than a calculator, which was selling millions of Japan and the States. But why? Surely it was just another of those dodgy fixed movement Game & Watch machines. That was the mistake everyone made for. In fact, the Game Boy was the first of a new breed of portable machines featuring real computer technology, high-resolution graphics, and best of all, a whole host of interchangeable game cartridges. Once word was out that this was one hot piece of property, the importers couldn't order enough of the things. That was around 3 years ago, the Game Boy still being snapped up by the bucket load, making it the most popular handheld in the world. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Okay, yeah, we'll zoom in on this side here. There's the Light Boy and the Sunsoft Wide Boy. Okay. Now, get all the gear. If it's bits and pieces you're after, the Game Boy is possibly the most add-onable handheld around. Mains power adapters, car cigarette lighter power supplies, and rechargeable battery packs will keep you gaming on the go wherever you are, while the case-mounted lights allow play to continue long after the street lamps are switched on. If the playing area is just too titchy for your liking, why not go for a magnifier, increasing the size of the Game Boy screen around 50%? Just a small selection of all the extras on offer for the Game Boy owner who wants everything. Keep an eye out too for bum bag style carrying cases, replacement screens in case your existing one is scratched. The list goes on and on. Okay. Let's hear it for the boy. Considering the competition out there, it's surprising to some the Game Boy is the most popular handheld in the world, but the simple fact is the majority of games available for this machine are outrageously addictive. Price is an important factor too, and at a price of £60 depending on where you buy it, there's no denying that it's certainly value for money. No frills, just solid, honest-to-goodness playing fun. The Game Boy is the feller to own if you're a no-nonsense gamer on the move. The guts of the Game Boy. If you've ever seen a Game Boy in operation, you know that it's not the most technologically advanced machine around. A plodding 8-bit processor runs the show, surprisingly well too, due to the fact that because there's not an awful lot on screen to shift around, it can busy itself in more productive ways. Sound comes from the 4-channel stereo played through the machine's internal speaker or straight into the ears if supplied headphones are connected. Screen resolution is low compared to other handhelds, and the display is monochrome. What's more, it can be difficult at times to get a good picture, thanks to the Game Boy's poor brightness control. Alright, so they're pretty frank about the upsides and downsides of the machine. Yeah, the copy of UK's version of Tetris, the cartridge doesn't look too different from the US version. Some games, such as Super Mario Land, actually looked the European and UK copies actually looked very different compared to the Japanese, compared to the American versions. Now, alright, so that was just a 2-page spread. Just general, a RoboCop and Navy SEALs, both published by Ocean. Alright, so I think this is the first magazine we ever read this much of before. We nearly read the entire magazine, frankly. Alright, so, I just want to go into my document here. We'll just cross, what is this, Handheld Go. Yeah, I just want to cross that one off the list. The magazines I read, so I know not to go back to it later. So let's see what, I'm just going to, we've got I've got a handful of magazines. I have like a whole folder of stuff, and then I have that took exactly a half hour to read through. Now, actually, I think this is EGM number 2 here. It seems to be, I mean, there's a Game Boy on the cover. We just played Game Boy before, but let's go into, I've been wanting to crack into this. I've been wanting to read this for years and years. This is EGM number 1. Now, honestly, aside from Nintendo Power, even more so than Nintendo Power by far, EGM was my favorite game magazine. My main experience, I remember there were a few EGMs here and there that would show up in the mid-90s that my brother got from his friends, or that my mom bought my brother, and then I would read them too. That's where I found out about Sonic Triple Trouble and stuff like that. But then, what was it? It was, I think, around 97, coincidentally, around the time leading up to the announcement of the Sega Dreamcast. My parents, I guess, just randomly I guess they just got me an EGM one day and they saw how much I liked this. They went and got me a subscription. So it really is in the later 90s, going into the Pokemon era, that I started to get into EGM. There are periods where I didn't subscribe, but yeah, EGM was my magazine. May 1989? I was around, but I definitely was not playing games or reading game magazines. I mean, the first cover art, this is just flat out the box art for Mega Man 2. Excuse me there. We review and preview all the hot, our exclusive Nintendo preview. You know what? I just noticed this. U.S. National Video Game Team's Electronic Gaming Monthly. Yeah, the U.S. National Video Game Team, is that the organization that put out those, like, how to win at home video game, or, video games tips, tricks, and secrets or something? We watched that on stream while I was watching my old pinball footage to tally down scores in late 2020. I think that was one of these I watched. So Nintendo gamers. Now I'm interested to find out. Now these are the infamous version of Tetris. They sold a lot of copies, but not all they planned, because there was a bunch of drama and literal international intrigue around the who owned the rights to publish Tetris internationally, involving the Soviet Ministry of Import and Exports of Technology, and all kinds of people making plane rides in and out of Russia, but they ended up getting a cease and desist from Nintendo. And the Tengen version of Tetris is considered, I guess, the better featured version. I wouldn't know the difference. This Pac-Man by Tengen, I don't know if this is the same version that Namco, like the same program code of the official Nintendo, like, authorized version of Pac-Man did not come out till like 1993 on NES, very late into the NES's lifespan. But start your pulses. Tetris, the first game software from the Soviet Union. You know what? I'm looking at Pac-Man. Yeah, this judging by the screenshot here, this just flat out looks like the NES version of Pac-Man that came out later. But Tetris, the first game software from the Soviet Union, is an intense battle of wits. Rotate and flip moving geometric blocks into unbroken rows. When you fill up a row, it disappears from the screen and your score rises. Nothing to it, right? Wrong. When you can't find the way to make the pieces fit together, more and more blocks tumble down ever faster, and you'll wish you had 10 hands and 10 brains. Play this addictive mind game by yourself, against a friend, or against the computer. Yeah, imagine, that's interesting. A little time capsule. Imagine having to explain the concept of Tetris. I mean, I found my copy of Tetris for Game Boy. I remember playing it thinking it was some kind of, like, interactive art thing, and then I was supposed to make art out of the blocks that were falling, and I'm like, why do some of the lines keep disappearing, and I get game over? What's going on? Okay. Cover story, 1989 preview. The early 80s ushered in the video game craze, and despite some lean years in between, 1989 shows no signs of letting up. Led by I'm going to zoom in on this. If anyone wants me to zoom in on anything in particular, let me know, and I could accommodate those requests. But since I'm reading this anyway, and I think I have to balance, like, okay, is having the full screen with the screenshots I think that adds to the flavor a bit more than just having the text to be readable. Okay. Led by the overwhelming support for Nintendo Entertainment System and IBM Compads, electronic gaming has become the popular pastime once again. When 1988 saw an abundance of quality software enter the market, it appears that 1989 will be even more explosive. New game machines that employ technologically advanced hardware, new game companies producing independent cards for the NES hold the promise of an explosive new decade for home and arcade video gaming. EGM forecasts the possible winners and losers in this game-by-game preview of 1989. Video game top 10 and next wave. Find out the hottest new games of today and the titles that will be winners of tomorrow on this regular EGM feature. Regular, they haven't established a standard yet. I guess they're letting us know. Press start. Take a look at Bishu. I never heard of this before. A company that's taking control of video game joystick market with great controls of all shapes and sizes. Watch out for new handheld games and systems for major players like Nintendo, Tiger, Konami, Cinemaware. Makes a big move to Nintendo, plus arcades in the home and controversial action from the arcade arena. I wonder what that's going to be about. Dare to compare. Get the facts, not the fluff, about the latest games for your home system or computer. Although the Super Bowl may be over, football games are hot stuff on the Nintendo Entertainment System, with Tecmo Bowl, Trade West's quarterback, sharing the stage and competing for the honors of the best gridiron. The home front. EGM takes a look at the latest Sega, Nintendo, and Atari carts with our exclusive on-target ratings. Game of the month. U.S. National Video Game Team spotlights their pick for the best new game of the month. In addition to a dandy preview, the recipient of this award also receives the team's Player Seal of Approval endorsement, another exclusive to Electronic Gaming Monthly. Log on. Boot up your computer this month for adventure, arcade action, strategy, simulations, and all-out war. EGM's unique multi-format reviews letting you know exactly what you're getting. And one great quarterback deserves another. There's the game they just mentioned before. I guess Trade West bought insert coin. I think EGM kept this title feature at least through to the point where I want to look at these names. Let's see if there's any names I recognize. A Sendai publication. Jeff Peters, Amy Lore, Andrew, David Harris, John Stiles, Don Nugent, Jay Moon, Sherry Harris, the U.S. National Video Game Team. I don't think there's anything... There are no names on there that I recognize from even the mid-90s. 88 was a pivotal year for video and computer gaming. The Nintendo Entertainment System cemented its presence in the hearts and minds of the game-playing public. Entertainment software for the IBM and compatible computers exploded at a ferocious rate. Arcades became even more exciting with simulators that could reproduce all the excitement of real-life simulations, while stimulating all the senses with machines that would roll and spin at the command of a joystick. Even though the year proved to be positive in most respects, nothing could have prepared us for the unrealistic delays in game products. The short supply of hit games like Double Dragon, and the sheer number of game companies that seemingly sprouted overnight. With all the growth and excitement being generated, you might be thinking that electronic gaming has reached the upper limits in terms of both technology and imagination. While many are looking down at the roads they've charted in the past years, others have been fortunately looking ahead to the future, beyond the IBM compatibles and the Nintendo Entertainment System. If all indications are correct, 1989 will be the year the dream of those visionaries comes true. 3 new game systems have been announced, with industry leader Nintendo pushing back a planned March unveiling of their new Super Famicom game system in Japan. All eyes are turned towards Sega's 16-bit Mega Drive that debuted last November, and recently announced European Slipstream 16-bit system from Konix. The recently announced European Slipstream 16-bit machine from Konix. Are they referring to what eventually became... Hold on. Konix. Konix. I'm just looking up. Oh no, that's not spelled right. Konix. Okay, what is the Konix Slipstream? Hold on. I'm just looking. Konix Slipstream. Oh, the Konix multi-system. Alright, this thing never came out. Alright, they're talking about some kind of cross-compat... Yeah, whatever the Konix multi-system... That never came out. A high level of interest remains in the PC Engine as well. Now, hold on. Let me go to There we go. That's more like it. That's more like it. Yeah, it's after starting the first half of the stream purely in as a single monitor, and then the second half of the stream I'm using my computer in a dual monitor layout. So because I replaced the monitor that I had my Game Boy game running on, now I'm using my second monitor for the magazine, and then my monitor in front of me is the magazine. The monitor to the left of me is my broadcast software and my web browser. So Konix, a high level of interest remains in the PC Engine as well. The advanced game system that is currently taking Japan by storm has unfortunately failed to court any strong interest from American game markets. 1989 will see a new emphasis on handheld games. Rumors indicate that Nintendo may be leading the way with a mid-range cartridge system that will play. Oh my gosh. No, I just had this moment of magic. A high level of interest okay, no, what was it? Rumors indicate that Nintendo may be leading the way with a mid-range cartridge system that will play a variety of games on a specially developed 2-inch LCD screen. They are talking about the Game Boy in a future tense. Like, this is the Game Boy before it was publicly revealed. I'm actually reading about the Game Boy in the original Game Boy in the context of an upcoming rumored system that they don't have many details about. That is incredible. That is incredible to actually read. To read about, talking about Game Boy the way that just a few years ago people were talking about, oh, what are the details on the Project NX? Is it going to be a portable? Is it going to be a home console? Is it going to be a hybrid? Will it have detachable controllers? What are these patents and hoaxes? And oh my goodness, that was a magical moment. Realizing that I'm looking at them discussing the Game Boy in the future tense as an unknown device. So here we have some more. We have some Acclaim published titles here. Now, top 10 games. Blaster Master. Find your way through 8 levels of underground challenges inside your jumping blaster car, Sophia the Third. And, well, I mean, that doesn't say that there, but I know the tank in Blaster Master is called Sophia the Third. I played Blaster Master. I'm not very good at it. I don't think I'm ever going to beat it. One day I may play it on stream, just to... Now, Super Mario Bros. 2. Now, imagine. Now we're gonna be reading about Super Mario Bros. 2 prior to the context of, oh, it's a fake Mario game. The whole, like, I don't see it so much now, but around like mid to late 2000s, there was a lot of backlash once around 2001 when people found out that Super Mario Bros. 2 was based on a different game that wasn't related to Mario. People accusing it of being a fake Mario game and so forth. So now we're reading about Super Mario Bros. 2 as it was perceived at the time as just, oh, it's the next Mario game. Of course it's going to be different from the first one. Super Mario with a twist. Set in a dream world, Mario and his friends must undo the evil spell of Wart while throwing lots of veggies. And different other games. Mega Man 2. Mega Man is back with a vengeance. That monster-bashing superhero is ready for an monster bashing. I think he's more of a robot blasting, but whatever. Because all his enemies are robots. The superhero is ready for another action-packed adventure against some of the most devious creatures that Nintendo has ever cooked up. Guide Mega across a variety of landscapes, including underwater scenes, against some awesome opponents. Mega Man 2 has all the great graphics and solid play action from the original, and an all-new adventure bristling with excitement. This special attraction for May, Mega Man 2 is definitely a game to watch for. Now, and another thing, I mean, by the time I was reading game magazines, the NES coverage was really waning, but seeing a game, I'm gonna be frank, I'm not gonna pretend I was here for this, because I wasn't. Like, I remember a lot of, like, friends' parents and family members' parents would talk about the Nintendo in, like, the singular sense, or would call any game system a Nintendo, and we were at this point where, like, there's no other Nintendo system compared to, so even, like, mainstream gaming media at the time were talking about it as the Nintendo. Guerrilla War, Vindicators, no, Strider, Hydlide, I've never played Hydlide myself. I know it's kind of a pioneer in early computer role-playing games. Now, let's see what they have to say about Hydlide, because nowadays, Hydlide and virtual Hydlide kind of have this infamous meme status. With a sword of power, the warrior Jim must defeat 5 magical realms and locate the 10 treasures of the fairyland in this new RPG cart. Plenty of adventure awaits for you as you set on a mission to destroy the forces of evil and rescue the captive Princess Anne. Multiple levels and various settings will challenge even the most seasoned game players. So, I mean, this isn't like an ad. This is just their own coverage. They seem pretty positive on this. I don't know if they actually played it at this point or if they've just seen screenshots. Lord of the Sword. Now, so we also have some Sega games here. Lord of the Sword, Poseidon Wars 3D. Oh, you have FCI Game Counseling Hotline. Fine. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, that logo right there. That's the logo of, I don't know if it's state-owned, but it's kind of the logo of what I understand to be kind of the Japanese equivalent to, like, the BBC. There's nothing, I mean, there's ABC, but ABC, like American Broadcast Company, that's a private company. It's not owned by the state. I don't know if it's owned by the Japanese government or publicly owned in any sense, but this symbol here is the symbol of one of the major long-running networks, television networks in Japan. Zooming ahead with Bishu joysticks. Bishu, one of the first independent companies to produce joysticks compatible... I've never heard of this company, so I guess they didn't stick around for that long. Yeah, so it's just covering... They're just talking about the joystick. I wonder if this is a paid advertisement. And I wonder if the advertising laws were such that if it was an advertisement, they had to be more explicit about it. Because if that is an advertisement, it's not very well... Bishu has recently announced they'll be joining the ranks of other companies working as third-party licensees. That means that the same great Bishu joysticks you've been enjoying for years carry the esteemed endorsement of Nintendo of America. This move won't change the current high quality. It will give them higher profile on the shelves. Now here we go. The power of the arcades in the palm of your hands. With arcade and home video games experiencing tremendous growth, it's only natural that other forms of electronic gaming feel the effects as well. Computer gaming has exploded with the penetration of the MS-DOS machines in the home and business markets. Now Nintendo and other big guns from these fields are preparing for their next offensive, handheld games. While companies like Tiger have held a tight grip on this small segment, I mean, they're really viewing Game Boy at this point, or what will be called Game Boy, in the context of like those little standalone Tiger LCDs. Low-priced but highly playable LCD titles. Veteran names like Konami are banking on the success that the handhelds are generating. Nintendo, a company that got its start in consumer video games with a diversified line of multi-screened handhelds, is so confident that standalones are the wave of the future that they're rumored to be releasing a portable LCD system that will play cartridges on a special 2x2-inch screen. Novel concept, eh? I mean, there was this is, imagine, it's so interesting just reading about them discussing the idea of a LCD game system with interchangeable cartridges like a home system as a novel concept. And then they're not even saying the name Game Boy. I wonder if we read these sequentially, at what point will we see them first learn of the Game Boy, first actually show it off? Okay. The main unit is expected to sell for around $70. I think the Game Boy did retail at around that price at the time. While plug-in carts will retail for around $20. This pricing puts the Nintendo unit in a slightly better position than the last wholly contained game system, the Vectrex, introduced in the early 80s. While handhelds eclipse the home systems as the gaming format of choice. Will the new Nintendo cartridge system catch on like the NES? Will other third parties start developing carts for these next generation systems? All we can say for now is we'll keep you informed. Now, look at this. Now, this is, okay, look at this unit here. We're going to read about this. This is clearly like a little, now this is just a cabinet that, like, there's an NES in the front, and it basically lets you set up a TV and an NES as though it was an arcade machine. Let's read this. One of the most common dreams shared by die-hard gamers everywhere would be owning a coin-operated arcade game of their very own. With the quality of today's home games fast approaching that of the arcades, however, the needs of most coin-op game players' needs are already being met. Thanks to the folks at California-based Electric Products, you can have the best of both worlds through all the excitement and adventure of your favorite Nintendo Entertainment System, Sega Master System, and Atari 7800 games into the eclectic Pro Play arcade frame and bring the thrill of coin ops home. The Pro Play arcade is easily constructed and can house one of the aforementioned systems. The Pro Play Entertainment System also holds a 19-inch television at eye level, just like at the arcades, and comes with a set of dual joysticks and buttons. The eclectic Pro Play arcade cabinet is in many ways the ultimate home game peripheral. While certain games won't play as well through ProClade, especially titles like Punch-Out that require the constant use of the start and select buttons, the unit does increase the enjoyment of two-player games dramatically. Two-player games, in particular, take on a new field when play in the ProPlay. For more contact information, contact Electric Products. And I guess, I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit, in case you can't quite see in the layout. So here's the TV. I'm going to zoom out a little tiny bit. So here's the TV. It's just that I guess you provide your own TV, and they're just two controllers hardwired in that you plug into the system that you have it set up for. And I guess they send you the pieces. I guess they ship you the pieces and you build it yourself, I'm guessing. Which would be really, for something like this, it's not like you have to be an electrical hobbyist to work something like it. It seems like probably something like assembling IKEA furniture. Alright. Now this is going to be classic. Say no to drugs. Coming up with original video game themes is a hard task these days, with chop suey martial arts battles, shooters, and drivers populating most of today's arcades. Finding companies that are willing to buck the trends in an effort to produce something unproven is difficult to say the least. When you look at what it costs to design and develop an arcade quarter muncher, you might as well just understand why. These puppies are expensive, costing upwards of $500,000. Wow, yeah, oof. Leave it to good old American ingenuity, however, to come up with what has to be one of the most controversial coin-op releases to appear in some time. Narc was recently introduced by one of the few remaining U.S. game manufacturers, indeed a dying breed, Williams Electronics. Using a set of specially developed custom processing chips, Narc delivers some of the most gut-wrenching video game action ever seen. Digitized images of scumbag drug dealers are introduced before each round of play. Butcher blade-wielding psychos, thugs armed with hypodermics, and packs of wild dogs shadow your every step. Get caught by any of the bad guys and the blood flies. No twinkle in their gone explosions here. You're not alone on your mission to rid the slums of these hoods. One of your friends can join you on your quest to eliminate the drug kingpins. Walking the streets side by side with a machine gun in hand and Molotovs flying. This arcade combination fills the screen with flaming body parts, bags of dope, and the crook's cash. Confiscate it and return it to the station for higher rewards and bonus points. Narc is a class act that's already getting attention and the national media for its strong subject matter and anti-drug message. Even the familiar marquee sports the familiar the familiar "Say No to Drugs" slogan. Way to go, Williams. Nancy would be proud. Now, I wonder, I know about as much about Narc as I just read right there. And I wonder if their idea was if they wanted to make a violent video game and went ahead and, I guess make it about being an anti-drug, like a drug control enforcement agent, to try to have this moral high ground, like, oh no, well, you're defending the public from the drug addiction epidemic, and that justifies all this mindless violence. One of the hottest software companies making a move to Nintendo is Cinemaware, a company that prided itself on revealing the most detailed computer software available. I've never heard of this company. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, this is I recognize that screenshot. I never played this, I recognize that screenshot. That is from, Three Stooges on NES. Robo Warrior from Jaleco. Never heard of that game before. Robo Warrior, the one-man battalion with a human heart and a computer brain. I wonder if this is, playing off of the, RoboCop at all. Alright. Alright, here we go. Wait a second. Okay. We goofed. I really liked your 89 buyer's guide and found the reviews and endorsements to be quite helpful and informative. You know what? Yeah, they have letters to the editor in the first issue because they were previous, I guess, like U.S. National Video Game Team publications. And Electronic Gaming Monthly is the beginning, I guess, of them having a monthly magazine, I guess is what's going on here. So, dear EGM, I really liked your 89 buyer's guide and found the reviews and endorsements to be quite helpful and informative. There are a couple of things I was wondering about. If not mistaken, you featured the Atari version of Wiko Command Control and rating the Nintendo joysticks feature. Can you also give me information about the Bishu Zoomer joystick? I saw it on the back cover, but didn't find anything about it in your mag. Boy, we really bit the bullet on this one. You're right, Charlie. That was an Atari joystick you saw in our buyer's guide issue. I guess I was playing Zelda 24 hours a day really hones your eyesight. Sorry about the slip-up. For now, we'll blame it on the printer and say I mixed up the pictures. Regarding the Bishu Zoomer, you can turn to page 13 for the complete story behind this stick, as well as other big news from the bigwigs at Bishu. You know, I know later on they put these letters to the editors stuff. They put that at the beginning of the magazine. This is written as though, I mean, the way they ended up formatting this is that the feature on Bishu joysticks was before this. I guess they were writing this from the assumption that this would be at the beginning of the magazine. Better late than ever. What's going on? I've been waiting over a year for my favorite arcade game, 720 Degrees, to show up on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I've been reading about it, seeing ads for it, but the guy at my local store doesn't have any idea when it'll be available. Can you help? Billy Thomas, Sacramento, California. Ed, we got more letters and you're asking for release dates or correct the ones we've gotten than just about anything else. Due to the chip shortage, there's put a stranglehold on video game industry. Many of the most anticipated game titles have taken nearly a year longer to reach stores. While the situation is expected to change soon, it doesn't mean that your favorite games will be immediately available. I think I messed up there. The side effect of the chip shortage is limited allocations of games. Instead of getting 2 million copies of a hit game to ship to store shelves, game companies are getting as few as 50,000. So if a game sells out today, you may not find it again for months, if ever. What can we say? Dear EGM, Electronic Gaming Month... Wait a second. This is... Hold on. This is EGM number 1, but they're... Okay, this is... Hold on. We gotta look... This is... I believe this is very specifically issue number 1. Now, I know there are references to previous publications this company put out, and the specific context that there are previous publications branded by this organization. Anyway, the reviews are informative and written by people who know the games inside and out. When you call a game a hit, I know I can count on it to be a winner. You have the perfect mix of Nintendo, Sega, and Atari game previews. I mean, it's... in the hindsight, we really do think of Atari 7800 as being past tense, but even up until like 1989, 1990, Atari was still pushing the 7800 and still pushing the Atari 2600 as a budget alternative to the NES. I have a tape from 1990 that has like I have a tape from, it has to be from 89 or 90, a home recorded VHS tape. And the commercial breaks, there's an Atari 2600 commercial on it. I am not kidding you. All right. Keep up the great work and send us more tips and reviews. Yeah. And so they're saying, oh, thanks for blowing smoke up the back of our shirts. Great game giveaway. Deadline for entries is July 31st, 1989. I think we missed it. We've got Hard Drive in here, one of the pioneering polygonal racing games. You know what? Look at this. Hold on. At the arcade, there is such... One thing I'm going to comment on. There is such a poor delineation made, seemingly. Like, I can't tell if some of these things are paid advertisements or genuine features. Because even by this point, like on the radio, like there was a scandal when they found out that like radio stations were getting paid to play certain songs to promote album sales. And that's where the term payola comes from. That was a scandal that actually influenced why today, like when you watch a YouTuber, if they have been sponsored to review a product, they're legally required to explicitly state that they're being paid. That this is a paid sponsorship and not an earnest review. And this magazine, I honestly can't tell because they happen to be reviewing, these certain joysticks. Here's the address for if you want to find out about, this arcade cabinet or this set of joysticks. And here we have Hard Drivin', a feature on Hard Drivin', and look, there just happens to be an advertisement for Hard Drivin' to go play it in arcades right there. So, and even on television, you can't, if the Pokemon anime is on TV, they're legally not allowed to run commercials for the Pokemon video games or any other Pokemon products while the Pokemon TV show is airing. For exactly this reason, because here we have what looks like it could be an unbiased review, it could be a paid advertisement. We don't know if EGM took money for this, and it just happens that they placed it right next to an ad for the game. So, all right, so we're gonna do our midstream break right here. I'm going to jump over to our break screen and just credit my my artist here. Did most of the art for this. There's one piece of art by a different artist. That artist, I'm not sure they are really publicly active anymore. I'm not sure if they're interested in being featured or shouted out to. So I'm not gonna mention much more. But I'm going to where is why is it taking so long? Where's my credits? If I press news. All right, the robot that posts the my macro things for credits is not working right now. So I'm going to set. I'll be back in 10 minutes for another 2 hours of magazine reading, and then we'll call the stream. The other half of we're almost halfway through that first EGM. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. So I'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much for watching. Alright, I'm back. I used the opportunity to take a little walk to the mailroom in my apartment building and see if I got anything. And I do want to take a quick aside from the stream to just show this off real quick. I'm not sponsored by this or anything, it's just something I'm checking out. I got a Magic Spoon. I ordered a box of this stuff. This is supposed to be a healthier versions of different sugar cereals, like minimal sugar and stuff like that. So this is not cheap, and I don't think, even if I like, it's almost worse if I like this, because then I'll end up wanting to get it again, and that's definitely not a thing I plan on making a habit. But there, yeah, magicspoon.com if you want to check it out. I'm not sponsored, I'm just talking about it. It's something nerdy and I wanted to share. Now, once again, I'd just like to thank everyone. I don't know how it happens that I go on break and come back with more people than I started off with. But, so we're reading here. We're reading issue 1 of Nintendo Power. Issue 1 of Electronic Gaming Monthly. U.S. National Video Game Teams Electronic Gaming Monthly. And I forgot what page it's on, but there is a... I want to take a look at this. In case anyone is here, wasn't here before, we went through a lot of this. There's something in particular I want to read. One thing I'll take note. There's very poor delineation between paid advertisements and like articles, like no strings attached featured articles, which I think would definitely not fly nowadays. We have the letters to the editor section, and we have where is... I want to find... I think I scrolled past it. There was something here that somehow I scrolled right past it. Now, where is it? Hard drive in... FCI... Here we go, actually. I scrolled past it before. I want to take a look at this. I'm going to read this again. I'm actually going to read this a second time. Just looking for my stream. Okay. The power of the arcade to the palm of your hands. With companies like Tiger have a tight grip on this small segment of electronic gaming with low price but highly playable LCD titles. Veteran names like Konami are banking on the success that handhelds are generating. Nintendo, a company that got its start in consumer video games with a diversified line of multi-screen handhelds, is so confident that standalones are the wave of the future that they are rumored to be releasing a portable LCD system that will play game cartridges on a special 2x2-inch screen. Novel concept, eh? They're talking about rumors of what eventually became known as Game Boy. They're talking about Game Boy in the future tense before the Game Boy name was even out there. And like the concept of interchangeable cartridges on a handheld unit are like this novel thing. The unit is expected to sell around $70, while the plug-in carts will retail for around $20. This pricing puts the Nintendo unit in a slightly better position than the wholly contained game system, the Vectrex, introduced in the early 80s. So in the this is like, they're comparing rumors of Game Boy, yet to be named Game Boy, and their closest comparison they could come up with was the Vectrex. That is like, those are just so two different epochs of gaming, but it's hard to, looking back, it's not as visible, but looking at the time, it's like, yeah, looking back at Vectrex then is like probably even more recent than looking back on PlayStation 3, or the, like, Vectrex then was like what PlayStation Vita is now. A failed system, only a generation behind. It's so interesting, but once again, so look, we have this ad for these joysticks, this article about these joysticks. Oh look, there's an ad, contact for more information if you want to know more about these joysticks. An ad for this arcade unit that you could, this arcade cabinet-like unit you could put your NES into. Oh look, there just happens to be contact information if you want your own. Then you have some actual explicit ads, the letters to the editor section. This is my first time looking through this. I did not know I'd be reading about speculation of... No, here, look. You have Atari's Hard Drive-In, pioneering polygonal 3D racing game, and you have this article about it. There just happens to be an advertisement on the next page, so it's very poor delineation. Like nowadays, like, and later, even by the mid-90s, whenever there'd be an ad, there'd be a big bold thing around here where I'm putting with my cursor saying advertisement. because I wonder if they actually got in trouble for how poorly. Oh, this will be interesting. Gaming gossip. Before, I mean, we had early online connected news groups and message boards, but game gossip pre-internet. All right. It's nice to be back. New name and new format, but the change is very becoming. The recent Tengen lawsuit against Nintendo will undoubtedly go on record as the hottest gaming development of the year, and a move that will have far-reaching repercussions. Tengen, the home software arm of Atari Games Corp., the people who make Atari games, not Atari home, the people who make Atari arcade games, not Atari home games. Yeah, that's another important point of delineation. Yeah, Atari was kind of fractured into different entities at this point. There was the Atari Games Corp., the people who make Atari arcade games, and Tengen was their home branch. Then the Atari that was run under Jack Tramiel at this point, that was releasing home game consoles like the 7800, later the Panther project, which got canceled in favor of the Jaguar, and the Atari Lynx. There were different entities at this point. A $30 million antitrust lawsuit, among other things, claims that Nintendo has unfairly monopolized the NES game market. Nintendo, as you know, contains strict control over all the compatible game cards that are made to work on their Nintendo Entertainment System. In another move associated with the Tengen lawsuit, the company has released their own line of game packs that will work on the NES. They have busted the security chip that the company has released their own line of game packs that will work on the NES. It can now make games independent of Nintendo. That very well may mean more Tengen games will become readily available. Microprose, the home computer software company with a forte for flight simulations, have announced pending introduction of a new arcade piece that is supposedly powered by a new technology that can paint realistic characters. Wait. A new card game called Hard Driver. It's called Hard Drivin'. Okay, here we go. Ultima, the new role-playing game from FCI based on the famous series of computer games by Lord British, has the distinction of being the third Nintendo cart, right behind Blockbuster's The Legend of Zelda and its sequel The Adventure of Link, that contains a battery memory backup that can save a game in progress for up to 5 years. It's crazy. I didn't know Ultima... Wow, I wonder how accurate that is. I knew Zelda was the first. I know... Yeah, how many battery backup games were released on, Okay, what, whoa. I'm about to get some new lore dump right here. I want to zoom in on this. New lore dump right here. New gaming history. I'm gonna have to do some reading up on this. Hasbro's Nemo game system has been officially canceled. This unit was to combine the computer-generated characters with motion picture backgrounds and settings. On other console news, the 16-bit Sega Mega Drive, EGM number 1, debuted in Japan during the last month of 1988 to rave reviews. While the graphics on the first couple releases are not that extraordinary, the unit as a whole is extremely playable. With 10 voice sound, it is absolutely unbelievable. The Nintendo 16-bit Super Famicom is rumored to be finished, but strong NES sales and a painful lack of software are postponing official release dates. Look for a September 1989 production in Japan. Konix, a European company famous for joysticks, has announced the completion of the Slipstream game system. The 16-bit unit uses an 8088 processor, as opposed to the more conventional 68000 in the Sega Mega and Amiga computers. Oh, okay, this is before the... Yeah, this is before the introduction of the localized name Sega Genesis. So they're just calling it Sega Mega. A high price tag may be prohibitive, but for the $250 machine will come with an optional disk drive and hydraulic chair. Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see it. And wouldn't you know it, the Konix got canceled. Alright, so... wait a second. Yeah... Okay. Mattel has officially stated that they will not bring the Japanese PC Engine game system stateside. Mattel has acknowledged that they may be introducing a new type of game peripheral instead, of using joysticks and pads, the creative forces at Mattel have cooked up a glove that uses on-screen characters to react according to how the glove is manipulated. Should make Michael Jackson happy. Why does this include... Okay, so they're talking about... okay, I want to reread this, okay? Mattel has officially said they will not bring the Japanese PC Engine stateside. Now, Mattel in Europe did release the NES in the UK, I believe. There was a Mattel version of the NES. And it just says Nintendo Entertainment System like normal, and beneath it in red on the door of the cartridge slide, it says Mattel version. Yeah. No. Mattel have cooked up a glove that causes on-screen characters to react according to how the glove is manipulated. And that's what annoys me. People talk about, like, oh, failed Nintendo ideas like the Nintendo Power Glove. That was Mattel's product. It had official... Hold on a second. Excuse me. I just want to... Hold on. Just gotta wipe my glasses real quick. Alright. That's more like it. Excuse me. Back on the face. There we go. Yeah. I remember, like, when they first revealed the Wii Remote, Nintendo, they actually would, I remember seeing comments like, oh, actually, I saw a comment in EGM at the time, like the first EGM issue after they revealed the Revolution controller, it would eventually be called the Wii Remote. And it says, oh, like, it's the Nintendo Power Glove. Nintendo should know better than to do this because Nintendo Power Glove, it sucked when Nintendo did it on the NES and it sucks now. Like, people, like, blaming Nintendo personally for the Power Glove just because they endorsed it. And it's like, it's... Now, here we go. Now this name down here, Quarterman. Quarterman. That's a name I remember. I don't know if that's an actual specific person or if that's just a sort of loose handle. That's a name that would be continue to be used in EGM for this, I think, this feature up into at least by the time I stopped reading EGM. Preview 8. Oh, you know what? Uh-oh, I forgot to set the timer, which means that we're gonna have to, however long. Okay, 60. So we're gonna start the timer now. Hey, if I forget to set the timer, I guess we just gotta start now. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry, guys. You're gonna get an additional 2 hours to whatever I've gotten past the break. Because I intend to do 2 hours, then the break, then another 2 hours. No, I forgot to set the timer, so we're gonna have to end in. No, we're break in. No, we're gonna set it for end in. There we go. Get your joysticks ready. If you thought 88 was a good year for video games, wait till you see what 1989 has in store for Nintendo, Sega, coin-op, and computer gaming enthusiasts. You'll find more games ready for play on major game systems and computers than ever before. And a couple of next-generation machines have the power to play games so complex you think you're standing in the middle of an arcade. Here's a game-by-game breakdown of the hottest titles set for release in the next 12 months. Also keep your eyes peeled for special previews of the 16-bit Super Systems and a complete listing of all the games due for your video game systems. Any way you look at it, 1989 is going to be a blast. Alright, so we've got some Data East games, and of course if anyone wants me to zoom in or check out anything in particular, I'm open for a request here. I'm doing this for y'all. Jalico, there's Taito. Okay, Kicks. We played the Game Boy version of Kicks. Actually, I have the Game Boy version of Kicks right here. I guess it's just sitting on, I was playing it not too long ago. Yeah, this is one of the games we played the first day I was test driving the Analog Pocket. Yeah, this is one of the games I played, and this is a game I've been hearing about since the mid to late 90s from EGM as one of the best games ever made, and they specifically cited the Game Boy version. I hope to cover that issue. They did a big special feature. It was like the top 100 video games of all time. I think number 2 was Super Metroid, number 1 was Tetris on Game Boy. Or Tetris and the Game Boy version was what was highlighted. So we'll just put that away for now. The strategy action classic, pronounced Kicks. This abstract game pits you as a pen drawing boxes to claim areas against other equally abstract bad guys, and the title character, Kix. The Kix is an energy field that methodically winds its way across the screen, destroying your pen wherever it comes in contact with broken lines. Look for Kix on popular computer formats in March 1989. And we know that game came out on Game Boy. Metal Gear. Now, Konami and Ultra. Yeah, Konami was releasing... Now, this was actually... Like, this right here is the reason that... Because Nintendo 64 was originally announced as Ultra 64. This Konami Ultra was the reason they decided to change the name. Because they had trademark disputes, because Konami trademarked the Ultra name to make a sort of dummy company. So that Nintendo had strict limits on how many developed games a single company could publish. So a lot of bigger companies that could afford to, like Konami, they would make a dummy company like Ultra Games. And Defender of the Crown, Metal Gear, and Skate or Die. These 3 games actually were advertised as a combo commercial with like this character that was sort of like this evil mad scientist guy. It was like a head in a TV, I guess kind of a quasi Max Headroom kind of thing, though I'm not too familiar with Max Headroom myself, and I remember he's like, I am the creator of Ultra games for Nintendo. Like Defender of the Crown and Metal Gear, where you're a commando searching for deadly weapons, and Skate or Die, and it's really dramatic. And they don't even say anything about Metal Gear. They're talking about Metal Gear and coming to other computer systems. That's what's going on. Now, once we finish, reminds me, chat. Once we finish this, I have a special feature for you. We're gonna move over aside and look, the California Raisins, a graphically exciting game based on the California Raisin claymation characters. The game will be geared for younger children and all-around family play, coming to August for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Now, there was some kind of drama where someone had a prototype of this game, and in like the late 90s or something, and excuse me, I'm bouncing, I'm fidgeting as I tend. When I normally have a controller, I'm holding the controller. But I'm just reading, like, when I'm on the computer, I fidget a lot. I mean, I see I got the spinner here. That's not an act. I've got all kinds of stuff like this just sitting around my computer area. And, yeah, I had a prototype of the game. The only known prototype of the game. He worked with someone to, like, have the prototype dumped. And then, sometime not too long after, the person was murdered by their roommate. And it was really terrible. And unfortunately, whenever I think of the California Reasons, because the ROM is like out there, and I'm sure you can buy reproduction cards to just find the ROM online. Yeah, that is wild. Yeah, what a wild, sad story. Now, Taboo. I want to hear what they say about this. Wait, Mystery Quest. Mystery Quest? Do they talk much? No, they don't talk much about that game. Looks very simple, but it looks interesting. Because look up here. I never heard of this Mystery Quest. Up top it says Locate Vitality. Oh, Locate 1K. I think that's a way of saying like location, or therefore like what stage you're in. But Taboo, this was a game developed by Rare. Taboo is a tarot card program. The company promises produces some eerie, interesting, and humorous results. Admittedly directed at adults rather than the Nintendo's primary users, Taboo should be a welcome alternative for mom and dad or others who have problems getting through the first level of Double Dragon, or even the first piece of the Triforce in Zelda, coming this summer for NES. That was actually developed by Rare. There's some SNK games. Games planned for release in 1989. Yeah. Okay, here. I just want to... You know what? 16-bit Sizzler. I'm just gonna... Oh, here we go. Mystery Quest. I'm just scrolling... Oh, we're gonna look... Yeah, here we are just... At this point, we're just lots of more Oh, Bubble Bobble. Now, this is a game... I have the Game Boy version of this. I played for like a minute. And I think I have the NES version that I played for a minute. I never sat down and really played this game before. I do know there's some nonsense where you have to beat the game with 2 players in order to get the real ending. the original E's for Master System. Now I'll come. Sega's Phantasy Star, the next wave in video gaming. Yeah, I will come. I want to, at some point, I'm going to come through. Maybe we'll read the second half of this magazine and more properly. But yeah, we'll give this the second half. This is a really big magazine. We'll give the second half a more proper, detailed read-through someday. And this is one we're definitely coming back to. Sword of Sodan. That looks like a 16-bit game. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, the PC Engine. The Sega 16-bit Mega Drive. PC Engine with CD-ROM adapter. Nintendo Super Famicom. Oh, look! Okay. You know, earlier, I want to read this. I'm glad. Okay. We'll read the... let's see, a Super... system... A system... Okay, well, I want to come back to this someday, but I want to check this out. A system with even more secrecy behind it. Let's take a look at that early prototype. And if this is the prototype I'm thinking of, at this point the buttons were all red, like the buttons on the NES controller. And you see, this is an early version of the Japanese hardware. I think that's pretty close to final controller. Now that controller lead, that looks a lot longer than the controller lead on the final Super Famicom controller. Because with the final Super, you know how like the length of the controller on the NES and Super NES Classic Editions? That's about the length of the controller, the standard official controller on Super Nintendo. Super Famicom, rather. Super Famicom, Nintendo, processor unknown. In Japan, summer release planned, software on cartridges. Expected U.S. appearance, rumored to be sometime in 1990. Rumored price of software unknown. Accessories none. Controls standard pad with 4 buttons. Compatible with existing Nintendo cartridges. I don't know if that was planned, but that definitely wasn't the case. A system with even more secrecy behind it, Nintendo's 16-bit Super Famicom. The Famicom is the Japanese equivalent of the Nintendo Entertainment System, has been hailed as the most incredible video game system ever seen by those who have been privy to the limited exposure Nintendo Japan has given it. Very similar in size and shape to the existing Famicom or the PC Engine, the Super Famicom will be able to play any and all kinds of video games, ranging from flight simulators. Nintendo uses a flight simulator program in existing demonstrations. I think that either was Pilot Wings or got turned into Pilot Wings, to a new Super Mario adventure, Super Mario Bros. 4. While the Super Famicom is essentially finished, Nintendo is waiting for the level of software support from third parties to catch up with the hardware. Lack of games is the only thing plaguing the Super Famicom, but continued strong sales of the 8-bit Nintendo Entertainment System may hamper a stateside release until sometime in 1990. It didn't even come out till like September 91, I think. Nintendo simply doesn't need to release their 16-bit on these shores. They would be doing nothing but cutting into sales of existing NES consoles and carts. While more will be known about the Super Famicom in the months to come, a complete picture probably will not be made clear until the unit's planned summer release in Japan. Now here we go. This is going to be interesting. Okay. Now it's funny. It says Game Boy in quotes. Earlier in the same magazine, they referred to Game Boy or the project. They referred to Game Boy. I wonder what the turnaround time on the production of this magazine was, because there are earlier features talking about rumors of a handheld Nintendo system with interchangeable cartridges, and they weren't using the name Game Boy, which makes me think that this might have been a late addition to the magazine, like right before it went into print. Nintendo's, quote, Game Boy handheld system. Nintendo has had very few problems with reviving the home game industry with their Nintendo Entertainment System. Now Nintendo is banking on a new interchangeable cartridge system that will play a variety of arcade-style games in a self-contained handheld unit. Nintendo's next great game system, called Game Boy, will have the capability to play a number of arcade-style games. Among the first games being offered is Super Mario Land, a Super Mario spin-off loaded with hidden items and plenty of worlds to explore, and Alleyway, an Arkanoidish Hey! Oh, hold on. Hey! Alleyway. Oh, the cartridge is inverted right there. You were just playing this earlier on the stream. Yeah, how about that? I did not know they'd actually be mentioning this in the magazines we'd be reading. So at this point, they've got Super Mario Land and Alleyway already worked on. Now, since I'm not going to be using the system again for the rest of the stream, I'm going to turn it off. And I've got, the Pelican 1040. It's a hinged case. Happens to a watertight case. Happens to be the perfect size for the analog pocket. So I use that because I don't have the official case it comes with, and frankly, because this is actually hinged, I think this is better than the analog case that the company themselves sell. So we just put that right over there. Okay. I'll have the so Alleyway, and here they're spelling Alleyway as 2 words. The final trademark was 2 words, and also a Game Boy, GAME capital BOY. The official styling for Game Boy is Game Space Boy. I know a lot of people, even me myself, would type it Game Boy like it how it is right here. Among the first games being offered is Super Mario Land. That should actually be among the first games being offered are Super Mario Land and Alleyway. At least they use the semicolon correctly. The unit itself. Now, okay, hold on. I'm going to read this. What we're about to read is Electronic Gaming Monthly describing Game Boy to someone who's never seen one before. They're just explaining the concept of Game Boy from scratch. This is so fascinating to me. The unit itself is shaped sort of like a Walkman and comes with a standard Nintendo flat pad, 2 buttons, and select and start buttons built into the surface of the unit. It uses dot matrix images to create the different game screens on its green monitor. The unit is expected to retail for around $70, with cards coming in around $20. Nintendo's Game Boy with Super Mario Land. Okay, now we're about to read something else juicy down here. Now, this Nintendo Game Boy, you have this image here of the Game Boy clearly playing Super Mario Land. And you can see by these lines that are sort of cropped off of the edges, they very clearly took a photograph of a spec sheet or something pointing to different features, like the power buttons, the A, B, the D-pad, start, select, speaker, and they just cropped all that off. Okay, in a related story, EGM has discovered that the rumored Epix game system is not a 16-bit mega system, but rather a self-contained color handheld cartridge unit. The steep $160 price tag is rumored to go with the Epix system, may scare off potential buyers, especially in the company of Nintendo, but the game graphics and color resolution have been described as extraordinary by those who've seen it. Stay tuned. Now, that system ended up getting released as the Atari Jaguar. It was engineered by Epix. And, okay, Amusement Players Association scoreboards. Ron Perlman, Mark Twitty, Don, how many, not to be grim. I feel like I'm not feeling I'm being grim or exploitive. I feel like I'm being reverential here. Like, how many of these people are even still alive? Some of these might have been kids at the time. Some of these people might have been, if they were, hold on. Alright, if someone was, let's say they were on the older, if someone was 40 when this came out, they're now in their 70s. That is wild for me to think about. Alright. Wait a second. Strap yourself in for the next innovation as the 3rd issue of EGM hits the stands April 22nd, 1989. I'm very interesting because for years and years, I remember seeing, okay, hold on, let me scroll back up. I remember seeing this particular image right here being shown as the cover for Electronic Gaming, the first issue of EGM. But there are references in the letters to the editor section of, oh, I love EGM, I love the articles, it's so informative, whatever. Then at the end it says, stay tuned for like the next issue of EGM. So I'm not sure if there was a previous like magazine that didn't have the Electronic Gaming Monthly brand, but they're considering retroactively issue 1, sort of like how nowadays Studio Ghibli, we were talking about Studio Ghibli last week's stream, how the first film to carry the Studio Ghibli logo at the front was Laputa Castle in the Sky. But the first movie that studio did was Nausicaa. But they weren't using the Studio Ghibli name at the time. After they did Nausicaa, they formally formed Studio Ghibli, and retroactively, Nausicaa is considered the first Studio Ghibli film, I believe, in the official history of the company. So I want to pull up something a little, this will be only a couple of minutes. This is a little side break thing. Something for amusement purposes. Now, I discovered a few months ago, I didn't watch this. I only watched the first second of it. I knew I had to save this to enjoy with my viewers on stream. On June 7th, 2012, kind of around the height of my career as a YouTuber, when I was on the very lowest echelon of almost becoming mildly notable, when my videos were getting hundreds of views each, I was considered kind of on, to the point where people were recognizing me in public and not just at like Nintendo World during E3. Like people, like I was shopping, be like, "Oh, you're that guy from YouTube who does those Nintendo videos?" Like I had like 2,000 subs in like 2011, 2012. That was kind of on the lowest echelon of being a big deal at the time. But this is called Jiguru One's E3 video summary. Now, what I could tell you about my E3 2012 coverage. Now, for previous years, I had taken live reaction footage at the Nintendo World Store, now called Nintendo New York in Rockefeller Center. They do a viewing of Nintendo's E3 presentation. And going into 2012 with the full reveal of Wii U, I was telling my viewers, hey, I'm going to have, coverage of Nintendo's E3 I'm going to record the live reactions, because I was doing live reactions before that was a genre of things that people put on YouTube. I think I'm the only person to have live reaction footage of the reveal of like Mario Galaxy, for instance, for the reveal of the Wii. Stuff like that. But for 2012, I didn't find out till I was there. Hey, you're stepping to a party, so you just check out what they have for Chinese New Year. It's February 1st. Oh yeah, Year of the Tiger. Yeah, lots of furry artists were posting like Year of the Tiger themed stuff around on Twitter in conjunction with that. Nintendo's, I guess their third-party company that handles public relations sort of changed their policy. And for that year, people weren't allowed to film reaction footage inside the store. I mean, and each year since, there are different rules that change varying on the policy or at the time. Like at E3 2016, we were allowed to film reaction footage for like the first 10 minutes, I think. And then after that, we weren't allowed to film anymore. Or for some, we're allowed to take audio, but no video. And then other years, intermittently, we could just take video and audio. Wasn't a problem. So like, and it just varying different policies about different events. And this is the first time because all previous years I'd been able to take reaction footage and I was really hyping up. I was really excited for Nintendo's E3, doing coverage, covering news about Wii U and stuff like that. And when I came back, Nintendo's E3 2012, it was kind of a misfire, their main presentation. A lot of people were disappointed. I don't think Nintendo handled it well. It kind of set up the Wii U to be what it ended up being, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, because it led to the Switch, which is awesome, indisputably. But there was a number of people saying that I was trying to cover up for Nintendo, that I was taking place in a cover-up campaign where I had footage from inside the store of the reactions, but I wasn't showing it because the reactions were so bad and that people were booing, and I was trying to cover up and do damage control for Nintendo. And so it was to the point where people were accusing me of like hiding the footage I took and making up this excuse that we weren't allowed to film in the store. And so when I see this thing from around the time of E3 2012 and I see Jiguru One's E3 video summary, I don't know how I found this. I just got recommended this. I had no idea this existed. I saw the first second, I knew, okay, this is something special. This we have to watch together. This is less than a minute long. So let's see. This is someone either mad at me taking making fun of me or something like that. So let's see what this is. Hey, if they did a good job making fun of me, I'm gonna give them the credits. I'm gonna laugh along with it. I'm expecting some rubbish. So let's see what they came up with. And whatever it is, they didn't go out of their way to alert me to this. Like, aha, look what I did. So I mean, it's been 2012. It's been a decade. Holy mess. Holy mess, the full reveal. Wow, it's been a decade already. That's scary. That's so scary. Okay. All right, let's go.
Here are my impressions of Nintendo's main...
Okay, hold on. We gotta... That's as much as I saw, and I gotta just point out. Okay. All right. That Operation Blue Wave thing, that was my name for my sort of grassroots, like, hype campaign to, to whatever. But in the background... They very poorly edited the official portrait of Reggie Fils-Aimé to the wall to make it look like I had a picture of Reggie on my wall, and I didn't. So they're already making stuff up to make fun of me about. Like, if you want to make fun of me because I have Star Wars curtains on the back of my thing, because like I like Star Wars, and I don't have those curtains anymore. And plus the house I was in at the time had a really bright streetlight right outside. There was perfect black curtains to like sort of black out the streetlight. So if you want to make fun of me for having Star Wars curtains, sure, I have Star Wars curtains. If you think Star Wars is for nerds or whatever, you can make fun of me for that. You're gonna put a picture of Reggie on my wall to sort of make fun of me, like, oh, I worship Nintendo so much, but like I don't have a picture of Reggie on my wall. So what are you making fun of? Like, you could even make fun of my hair, at least like. Aha, you have dreadlocks and that looks stupid. Like, okay, at least I actually have dreadlocks. You're gonna put a fake picture of Reggie on the wall and make fun of me for that? Okay. Alright, let's keep going. Let's hear him out.
My impressions of Nintendo's main E3 2012 presentation, which was held on June 5th. It was mainly...
Okay, hold on. I just want to... like, they could have... Why did they take... They took audio of me... from a certain video and like animated it over like a Terrence and Phillip style like talking head of my jaw flapping, and I don't know what they're getting. Are they trying to make me look stupid? Why did they just use the original footage and just edit it? I don't know why they wouldn't just use the original footage to make fun of me. Unless they were unable to download the video, so they just took a screenshot and animated it. Okay, let's hear him out.
My impressions of Nintendo's main E3 2012 presentation, which was held on June 5th. It was mainly focused on Wii U. Generally, I was one thing I would say is I was like
Okay, so what they did, we'll play this again. They edited together a bunch of... They doctored a bunch of footage to make it look like I was just stammering and not saying anything. But in the actual video, I was giving my critique of the event. But even at the time, I said I expected Nintendo to be more aggressive and the presentation didn't go that well. So why would they... This is so baffling. Because if I was like, hey, like I was fully like, if they wanted to make fun of me, like after the Wii U came out and it was like a big disaster, barely sold worse than Dreamcast in a sense. If they wanted to make fun of me because I said, I was so hyped, I said, oh, Wii U is going to do great, it's going to be Nintendo's best-selling system ever, and I was wrong. They can make fun of me for that. Here, they're making fun of me for supposedly like trying to damage control for Nintendo's E3 2012 presentation, when even at the time I was saying that presentation didn't go that well. By editing together the footage to make it seem like I was just hemming and hawing and not saying anything. Okay, we'll play it all the way through this time because there's not a whole lot to critique here.
It was held on June 5th. It was mainly focused on Wii U. Generally, I was one thing I would say is I was like
Cammy Tuttle, hold on. What? That's Cammy Dunaway? Are they trying to imply that I'm a robot operated by Cammy Dunaway? I mean, if they went more with the absurdist angle, that would have been a better video, honestly, because now I want to read okay, I'm not going to highlight, this is a channel with 5 subscribers. This video has 164 views since 2012, and what it says here is, quote, writer and fanboy gives his eloquent thoughts on the 2012 E3 presentation. I love writer is in quotes. The actors get this a lot too. They think that like someone will go like, oh, I want to be an actor, then they'll become an actor. Like, and their family will be like, oh, they're not like a famous Hollywood actor. They're not a TV star, so they failed as an actor. When they don't realize that only like a handful of actors in movies and television ever become like famous like celebrities. Like most actors are not celebrities. They say like writer because I'm not a famous novelist, and there are lots of forms of writing other than novels. I mean, I've talked a bit about ideas for fantasy novels. I don't talk about my professional life on Twitch or on the internet, but there's lots of forms of writing other than writing novels and I guess being the next J.K. Rowling or whatever. But gives his eloquent thoughts on the E3 2012 presentation. I said it was a misfire at the time, and they had to edit together footage fake footage to make it sound like I was trying to damage control for Nintendo and couldn't come up with any excuses as to why it was a good presentation. The closest to damage controlling the presentation, I guess, would be there was one criticism that it was loaded down with casual games. When I looked, I just counted up all the games featured in the presentation, and like almost exactly 75% of those games were traditional games that would have been expected on pre-Blue Ocean Nintendo systems like N64, GameCube, and so the fact that there was a Mii game and they counted that the whole presentation was nothing but hyper casual soccer mom stuff, and it wasn't. That's the closest I came to defending that. All right, so back to magazines here. So we'll come back to the back half of that EGM, maybe read through some of those. This is my own creepypasta. We'll go to. Let's see. We have EGM. Is this EGM number 3? I have this listed as EGM number 2. We have Megazone, Kid Chameleon, the next Sonic. Actually, let's go for something. Let's do something a little more modern. This is okay. No, I'm gonna have to. No, actually, I think. How is this formatted? How is this going to? All right, this is formatted such as that I could just scroll straight down. All right, it's not centered exactly. All right, so this is the this is so this is an EGM from I think this is August or September 2001. This came out right before or right after September 11th, and I remember, I don't think I was even subscribed to Nintendo Power at the time. I think I got this magazine with some pocket. I think I got this out of some pocket money just for something light to get my mind off it. Because when that happened, the news, you're just being bombarded with war news and stuff like that. And so I think I got this specifically. Hey, I know that new system's coming out. I remember. I mean, this is. I don't want to get too deep into this and drag the tone of the stream down, but I remember talking about the context in which I originally read or these magazines or whatever. I remember. I know I told this story before. Coming home from Blockbuster, I got my GBA not long after it came out. It was summer 2001, and I got home and there was a newspaper on the kitchen counter with a picture of a bus in, I believe, Israel, that a suicide bomber wearing a dynamite vest like killed a bunch of people on this bus, and there's a picture of the destroyed bus. And I was, just thinking about like what's stopping someone from doing something like that over here. And then, like, not even a month later, September 11th happened. And I lived in New York at the time, so it was quite intense. But the reason that the connection there is I came home, like, from Blockbuster after having, Mom drove me over to Blockbuster so I could rent Super Mario Advance, and here's Super Mario Advance right here. And, it's funny, at the time, I remember magazines and even other people calling this color here the Milky Blue, calling this the Milky Blue Game Boy Advance, and now I never hear anyone call it that. So we've got this Game Boy Advance arrives. Now, I'll have to get that, yeah, this got to have come out in August. If this expires 9/15. Yeah, this issue of Nintendo Power, even when I was doing that early, those early pictures of, those early, like, one of the magazine streams I did around the time I started doing my GBA coverage, I was trying to find different magazines that had Game Boy Advance coverage. I think I did EGM around the time GBA came out. I don't think I had a source to get Nintendo Power at the time. Oh yeah, this is, okay, actually, this just occurred to me, this is the first Nintendo Power we're doing on stream. So lots of ads. Back to school! Game Boy Advance. Yep. Yeah, just make sure you hide it from the grouchy old lunch maid in the cafeteria. But, oh yeah, Best Buy. $5 off the games and accessories. Okay, so August 29th is the release date for Mario Kart Super Circuit. So, it came out not too long after release, actually. Oh, he's just sitting on ice cubes. That's... Oh, okay. Now, this is... Because these magazines are scanned and formatted in different ways, and this one, the magazines are the pages are sort of scanned vertically. And like other, like Adobe Acrobat Reader or whatever it is I was using for PDFs before, it was really pain when they were formatted side to side and I had to roll around. The way this reader works, I actually like it when they're formatted that way, because when there's a 2-page spread ad like this, it makes sense. Back to School just got cool. So, actually, yeah, all these Game Boy Advance games and Pokemon Crystal for Game Boy Color. A game that even at the time I was like, what's the point? You're a Nintendo Power subscriber since the first issue. I don't know if we'll get to it today. Or maybe it requires its own special attention. I don't want to, but I do have, do I have it out and ready? No, I do have, yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, on one of these tabs, I do have Nintendo Power #1 ready to go. I've never actually flipped through that magazine before. But yeah, I was so disappointed when Pokemon Crystal, to me, when I first heard of Pokemon Crystal, the highlight feature, the key feature, was the online connectivity by being able to plug your Game Boy Color into a smartphone. But for some reason, the American FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, would just refuse to approve the concept of plugging a Game Boy into a phone. I guess that was just controversial or too this crazy technology, we can't do it. You can't allow that in the United States. They just released it with all the online functionality removed, which is crazy because there were things like the Cyberco at the time, which is a handheld wireless entertainment computer. Actually kind of a forerunner, a shortwave. It's basically a walkie-talkie version of what would eventually become a smartphone. So Pokemon Crystal. Things have changed down in Johto and Kanto. You know what? I'm gonna save. Yeah, we'll scroll past Pokemon Crystal. I want to do Pokemon coverage. I have to go to my storage unit in the state where I used to live and get my my copy of Pokemon Red. I mean, I would have wanted to start covering Pokemon. Well, I actually probably wouldn't squeeze it in because I want to take time for Pokemon Red when I get to that one. Now, here's something interesting. You have an envelope part here for Batman Return of the Joker. What are bosses doing while they wait for you to find them? This is that monk's Wara topic. What are... Oh, you know what? Ganondorf. So this is okay. Yeah, so I guess they take letters that have a certain theme and just feature them all at once. So this Doug Wilson, Pasadena. Okay, it took. I almost immediately said Pasadena, California, and I just saved myself. It took me about a year and a half to reach Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time. Did he just sit there the whole time playing the organ? And wouldn't Zelda suffocate in that big crystal? And Nintendo Power writes back, Ganondorf spent so much time practicing the organ, he's decided to start a band called the Four Baddies with Bongo Bongo on drums, a Skull Kid on ocarina, and Odwalla as the lead singer. We learned that Zelda survived the crystal because Ganondorf poked air holes long in it with his nasty long fingernails. Alright. Alright. So, yeah, so we just have a bunch of jokes here. So set up, where's the number? Wow, so in 2001, we have the Nintendo Power line being advertised here. In 2000, talk to a game counselor. And so at this point, Nintendo still had their game counseling lines open. If you're unable to find what you need at our website, talk to us at 1-800-255-3700. That's a number that's existed since the mid-'80s. And that 1-800-255-3700, whenever, like, I remember, that number still is valid. I've used it to arrange for repairs. Like, my Nintendo Switch needed repair, I think I called that number. The SD card slot wasn't working. And I had to, okay. Okay, Ice Baby. And this will be interesting. In the upcoming Nintendo GameCube title, Super Smash Bros. Melee, there's a pair of characters called the Ice Climbers. My friend... Oh my goodness. Okay. So, like Ice Climbers is, like, 15 years out of date at this time. So at this... Only... Like, I'll be honest. Like, I knew NES. I had friends who had NES. You know, it was... And it wasn't the newest system out. It was, like... When I was up and coming, it was more like Super NES Genesis era, but like NES was still around. I had family members who had NES. It's still something that was known of and talked about. No one I knew had Ice Climbers. And so, actually, Smash Bros. Melee was my first exposure to Ice Climbers. But in the upcoming Nintendo GameCube title, Super Smash Bros. Melee, there are a pair of characters called the Ice Climbers. My friends and I are debating where they came from. I say they come from an NES game, and he says they are from a Super NES game, game called Ice Climbers. So who's right? I mean, and this was before you have to... Okay, I was about to say, this was before you had the internet to look things up, but then he sent it Jamie via the internet. At this time, you could Yahoo search, you know, like, you could Yahoo search Nintendo Ice Climber at this point. The cute little fighters are from a 1985 NES game called Ice Climber, which was one of the first Nintendo titles ever released. Alright, so this is... I heard a rumor that you guys will be making Crazy Taxi for the GameCube. Is it true? I hope so. Clay Mills via the internet. Road Rage fanatics could take heart. Acclaim announced at E3 that the company will bring Crazy Taxi to the GameCube. I just had to write a letter about Majora's Mask. The lottery shop always rips me off. They should just turn it into a restaurant, a jacuzzi, or a barber shop. Then the teacher at the swordsman school could get a haircut. Oh, these are some interesting, Alright. I simply love the Super NES, but one day I brought my game to a friend's house, and his Super NES was totally different. Mine is big and square and has an eject button, while his is round and small. What's going on? Does one of us have a bootlegged system? It's interesting. I'm guessing these are from very younger kids. Without a picture of your friend's system, it's a little hard to tell, but we're guessing your buddy has... The re-release version of the Super NES, the new unit, launched in 1997, functions just like a traditional Super NES, but has a sleeker design and is missing the eject button. We've included a picture of the updated Super NES so you can compare the two units. Yeah, this was back when even people with the internet that this kind of information wasn't necessarily easily. This is Nintendo Power, August 2001, and I have some. Let me show off the cover here. Now this is unique issue because this is a magazine I remember like sort of digging into and reading over and over to get my mind off of all the 9/11 news. Yeah, all the news about like wars and terror attacks, and this is kind of an escape from that. This particular issue, I wasn't even subscribed at this time. Earlier, if you look at the VODs, I'm gonna try to clip some of this stuff. But I was actually reading some like one of the first, either the first or second issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, and I was reading stuff like there are rumors that Nintendo is working on a handheld system with interchangeable cartridges that'll be able to display games on a 2-inch display. It's the first all-in-one system since the Vectrex, and we hope it does well. Like they're like speculating in advance, like on what would become Game Boy before the name Game Boy was even out there in the public. So it's really fascinating reading that kind of stuff. You found the site called 86K News. It's a news site formatted for old tech like the Sega Saturn web browser and stuff like that. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out after later on. Now, let's see. Yeah, so you're definitely going to want to catch up on some of this other stuff that we found back there. Let's see. Some more, some Lady Sia. Now, this is a game I've heard a lot of good things about for Game Boy Advance. I never played it myself, but I remember this ad. I remember this artwork really standing out to me of her running with a sword with the energy ball glowing in her hand. Very dramatic scene that really sort of sells you on what the character's kind of like. THQ and Ubi reveal big GCN plans. What year is this magazine? Yeah, this is either August or September 2001. So I was definitely I remember getting this magazine from a newsstand, just to get my mind off all the 9/11 news that was going on, all the news about wars and terrorist attacks and stuff that was really inundating the media at the time. I just want to reach down and grab. There we go. I dropped the paper. Look, I have a perfectly fine fidget spinner, and I ended up. I'm messing with this paperclip instead. So, you didn't know that they had a Klonoa for GBA. Yeah, Klonoa Empire of Dreams. I'm going to drop... I'm going to just... Yeah, somewhere on my... You know what? I don't know what happened. I don't know if Streamlabs has somehow become disengaged. My commands aren't working. My commands aren't working right now. Actually, let me try to type it. Let's see. Let me try on the web. Yeah, my commands are disconnected. They aren't working like they used to, and I don't know why. And it's not the Stream Deck. They're typing in the commands manually. If you look at my playlist on YouTube of my stream archives, you could find. I did a couple of streams of Klonoa Empire of Dreams. It was one of the GBA games I streamed using the Wii U Virtual Console. And it was good. I had fun. It was a comfy, nice game, but Pete, I heard Pete complaining about this for years, and he's right, unfortunately. It is, Pete's a real experienced. He knows what he's talking about, but it is, and Pete's a diehard Klonoa fan, so if he's not gonna not recommend a Klonoa game, you know it's got a problem. How am I enjoying the Analog Pocket? Oh, I've got my, I was streaming that earlier today. It is right here in my Pelican case. I was streaming Alleyway for it earlier. You could watch the first half of the stream on a VOD on after this. And check out the first half. And somewhere you can find my streams. No, this is the Pelican. Let me read this what model this is. This is the Pelican 1040 micro case series. It is a general-purpose waterproof case. It happens to be the perfect size for the Pocket. This case existed before the Pocket's dimension. It's purely coincidental. It's really probably more designed to hold like a smaller smartphone, some keys, a wallet, things like that. And it's there are different versions. This one's clear, so if you have to go through a security checkpoint, you could hold it up and you know what? There was some clown on Amazon who was what they were doing was they were streaming. What were they doing? They were they were selling what were supposed to be a screen. Yeah, Glackaboy, yeah, you've got one. I guess it's being assembled in a factory somewhere. Hopefully you can get yours soon. Some clown on Amazon was selling what are supposed to be analog pocket screen protectors. And he's like, and it was clearly third party. Okay, fine. People are asking like, oh, what are the dimensions of the screen protector so they can make sure it's the same size as the analog pocket? This clown was saying, oh, I can't tell you what size the screen protectors are. He's clearly just selling some random smartphone screen protectors and just saying analog pocket, that they're analog pocket screen protectors to cash in on all the hype around the system and people trying to get accessories for their systems. And people saying, why can't you tell us the dimensions of your screen? It's like, oh, if I tell you the dimensions, competitors will copy my design. And people are like, the screen size of the analog pocket is public information. Tell us if your screen protector is the right size. It's like, oh, well, they're definitely the right size. I just can't tell you what they are for trade secret reasons. And he's clearly like just trying to scam people into buying random smartphone screen protectors. But yeah, going into Klonoa Empire of Dreams, that game, the graphics and sound are fantastic. The animation on Klonoa, like his ears flapping when he does the hover thing, it's all fantastic. But it gets, after the first world, it starts to get really puzzly, and didn't make for a good stream because I couldn't even interact with chat much or anything. It was just too puzzly for its own good, as Pete put it. And eventually, one stream, it was actually, it's funny. I did eventually. I ordered the official Gorilla Glass screen protector set that's eventually coming in the mail. But what I did, I just took a random screen protector, cut it down to size, and slapped it on there, and it's perfectly fine. Now, that's my choice. That's something I chose to do. That's not some scammer on eBay saying, oh, these are analog pocket screen protectors, but I won't tell you the size of the screen because that's trade secret information, even though the size of the screen is public knowledge. Hey, TurboGrafx. Yeah, all is well. Yeah, we're playing some more Alleyway earlier. We're just reading some old EGMs. Some EGMs from before my time, actually. I won't say by how much it was before your time. Frankly, I'm probably going to keep that screen protector on there until such a time as I decide to swap it out or if I need to change it or whatever, because it looks perfectly fine, frankly. Just cutting it with a pair of scissors and slapping it on there. I got to read some. You can see it in the highlights later in the VOD. But I was reading stuff from like the first or second issue of EGM, like that was the effect of like there are rumors that Nintendo is working on an all-in-one handheld console that will have interchangeable cartridges that can display games on a 2x2-inch screen. What a novel concept! This is the first all-in-one system since the Vectrex about 10 years ago, and we look forward to this system coming out and what it'll be like. They're talking about rumors of what would become the Game Boy before the Game Boy name is even, like, publicly known. Which was, I never read anything like that before. Well, I noticed I haven't had any animal transformations lately. Well, you know, hey, it depends on if Harbus or anyone else with such powers wants to drop in the stream sometime and get up and do some mischief. You know, I'm not playing any. I could use my. I don't need my thumbs too much for the rest of the stream because I'm just scrolling through this magazine. But yeah, it was actually a stream of my second or third stream of Klonoa Empire of Dreams, and I ended up like just saying, "Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I'm going to." This stream isn't working out. I jumped into pinball, NES pinball, on the spur of the moment. It's the first time I changed the theme of the stream unannounced, like unexpectedly, because Klonoa Empire Dreams was so puzzly. I was stuck in a spot. It wasn't going well, and I just went ahead and it ended up becoming the first ever E3 watching stream. Now, Nintendo is ready to go to war, armed with a brilliant strategy game for Game Boy Advance, the likes of which you've never seen. And the real world, war is anything but fun, and the hands of Nintendo's game designers, armed strategic conflict turns to a captivating mental battlefield that takes no prisoners. Advance Wars for GBA combines the strategy gaming worth fighting for. if you're an old general having defeated Command and Conquer, Civilization, or StarCraft 64, or a raw roll over the enemy and heavy tanks launch rockets at them from a distance, and so forth. Okay, so this is the first game in the Famicom War series to come out in North America, and so they're just kind of introduced the concept of these games to the North American audiences for really the first time. Yeah, and you know what? And here's something interesting. Now, Nintendo, I've read the story from someone, it was an interview with someone who worked at Nintendo Power at the time, which if in other regions, Nintendo Power, or the official Nintendo magazines of certain countries or regions, were just third-party magazines that had the official Nintendo licensing. But there's stories of, like, official Nintendo magazine in, like, the UK, like, having to go to E3 and beg to get an interview with Miyamoto, or Nintendo of Europe really didn't take them seriously. They're just like, yeah, they're just some random magazine we sold the Nintendo name to, but they don't have any official access or authorization. So there are lots of times where Nintendo magazines in Europe would report on rumors that ended up being false and stuff like that, because Nintendo in those different regions really wasn't supporting their own official magazines because they weren't owned by Nintendo, whereas in North America, Nintendo Power was owned by Nintendo of America. And he was saying how he was working for Nintendo Power, and how he discovered how the Nintendo Power team found out about the existence of the Game Boy. Was one day they just got a box from Nintendo parent company in Japan. They just opened it, and there was a Game Boy with a bunch of cartridges in it. And that's the first time they'd seen or heard of Game Boy. They just said, hey, here's this new product, start reviewing games for it. That's how Nintendo Power first discovered that the Game Boy existed. So first play, Wendy is topsy-turvy. Although there aren't as many games in development for Game Boy Color now that Game Boy Advance is sweeping the world, there are a number of great games still headed to the mighty handheld. Now, Namco's Empire of Dreams. Now this will be interesting read, because we actually played this on stream. Klonoa Empire of Dreams from Namco adds for the glowing library of quality platformers for Game Boy Advance that should appeal primarily to young players. Man, if I was a little kid back then, I would have gotten stumped by some of these puzzles that started appearing very early on. They were good puzzles, but it didn't make for good streaming. I just want, no thoughts, head empty, cutesy platforming. And this is no Kirby's Epic Yarn. This is no Yoshi's Story, all right? Well, Yoshi's Story had a certain amount of challenge, I believe, but like this is not one of those little easy come platformers. But Klonoa is a cat-like creature who captures enemies and uses them to jump to otherwise out-of-reach platforms. The puzzles start off easy, become increasingly complex after a few stages. There's a great deal of exploration, a slew of boss characters, and so forth. Klonoa. Okay, here we go. Here's a throwback. We're gonna throw this in here. Cute graphics and music may not appeal to the hardcore gamers, but the action will prove to be a winning distraction for almost any age or skill level. Klonoa first appeared for the PSX, and the transformation to GBA left the game just as appealing and completely intact. Now, PSX, this was back when the common abbreviation, people really forget this now, even people who are around the time, I see kind of forgetting this. The common abbreviation for Sony PlayStation, the original PlayStation console, was PSX. And PSX was to distinguish PSX from the earlier abandoned PlayStation project that was a joint venture between Sony and Nintendo. So when Sony took their part of the project and developed it into a new, more powerful console, that was the actual retail Sony PlayStation, they called it the PSX to distinguish it from the original PlayStation. And it's further confused by, in 2002 or 3, they released a version of the PlayStation 2 called the PSX. So we have Illuminating Luigi. Now, I remember seeing this here. Now, I remember the original... I read the initial reveal of the EGM where they first revealed GameCube and Game Boy Advance at the same Space World event in 2000. Yeah, it was 2000, late 2000, that Shokunsai event where they revealed Game Boy Advance and GameCube side by side. Now, and they showed a footage of Luigi, a tech demo of Luigi running around in a mansion with ghosts. I remember specifically thinking, that's so weird. There's no way that's going to be a retail game. And yeah, and then they released the redesigned PlayStation. Like, I think that came out in 99 or 2000. That was called PSX. No, it was called PS1. Was the redesigned PlayStation. And I remember seeing, like, young people maybe born around the time see the PS1 system, the redesigned smaller PlayStation, and be kind of confused, like, wait, the original PlayStation actually said PS1 on it? Like, they knew it from the beginning they were going to make multiple systems? But no, like, they called it PSONE, and that was after the release of PlayStation 2. But Luigi's Mansion for Nintendo GameCube is one of them. And Nintendo GameCube, you have to remember, Nintendo GameCube, and GCN is the official abbreviation. Nintendo GameCube was the very last system to be released to have the name, the word Nintendo in its official branding until, as far as home consoles or the home console or home console equivalent. Nintendo GameCube was the last home system to have the Nintendo name and its official name and branding until Nintendo Switch. Because people commonly call the Wii Nintendo Wii, they commonly call Wii U Nintendo Wii U, but the official names of those systems are Wii and Wii U. But I have people like arguing like, oh well, it's just they're just short for Nintendo Wii U and Nintendo Wii. Like, no, that is like official. Like, if even like the Wikipedia articles, and I have people like argue like, oh well, anyone can edit Wikipedia, but it's like the Wikipedia articles are using the official branding. They're actual pamphlets and booklets that Nintendo gave to press and media and stuff like that, saying how to use the brand names. There was never officially called Nintendo Wii. They took the Nintendo branding out and just called it Wii. If you look at Nintendo GameCube, you see like Nintendo GameCube on the console unit. But like with Wii and Wii U, it just says Wii. It just says Wii U. The only in third-party stuff, like sometimes like GameStop stuff, where they'd put Nintendo and then Wii beneath it, or refer to it as Nintendo Wii. But you will never find footage of Reggie Fils-Aimé, of Satoru Iwata, Shigeru Miyamoto, George Harrison, Cami Dunaway, any of those personalities. They never call the system Nintendo Wii U or Nintendo Wii. And that was part of like the audience expansion thing, which is kind of ironic because the spearhead for the audience expansion movement within Nintendo's sort of bluish and strategy era started with Nintendo DS. But with Nintendo DS, they called it Nintendo DS and took the Game Boy branding out of it to remove any associated with like childhood and children, because they're sort of shooting for that older teen audience as well as the adult casual gamers, which was actually a big portion of the original Game Boy's earlier on user base. If I ever played Devil, I want to get, if it's not too expensive, I want to get one of that. I think Devil's Crush is on that little that PC Engine Classic Edition mini system. If those aren't too expensive, I want to get one of those. And if not, I mean, the Analog Pocket is eventually going to have an adapter for those PC Engine and TurboGrafx cards, and I could play it on that as well. But I have a few PC Engine or TurboGrafx games on the Wii. I just need to find a way to play some kind of adapter where I have to actually move them over to my Wii U so I can play them and just throw them straight out into my. But yeah, and this is at a point. I know those Crush games were very good puzzle pinball games on the home systems that I heard a lot about. If you'll be at Disneyland on the 26th, if there's something like a photo of, let me know. I'll be honest, you can take photos whatever you want and show them to me, and I'm gonna be, because you're gonna know probably more than me what the interesting stuff at a Disney park is gonna be that'll be interesting, because I'm passively interested in Disney stuff, but I really don't know the hottest, latest things that are points of interest or whatever. But this is at an age, I mean, when this came out, I still had 56K internet on my first generation iMac. So really seeing high-resolution screenshots was still a very important means to see what these games were going to be like. And you see those in gaming magazines. For instance, Luigi's Flashlight. And by the way, if anyone ever needs me to move the stream along because I'm talking too much or you wanted me to move along, that's fine as well. The Devil's Crush background is what you use for your overlay currently. Okay, next time I hop in your stream, I'm gonna take a closer look at that. Oh, who is that? Neo Gong, am I saying that correctly? Hiya there. I don't want to draw too much attention to you if you just want to stay quiet and mind your business, but thanks for the stream. I'm, my VOD's command, will this work? My commands aren't working right now. I'm gonna have to see if Streamlabs has somehow become detached from my Twitch account or something like that. But, yeah, I have a... Yeah, you can take a look at my, if you look at Jiguru1 on YouTube, you can find my YouTube channel and a playlist of all my stuff. Most of my channel is just VODs at this point, but I'm a retro streamer, and I haven't done a stream like this in over a year. Earlier we were playing Alleyway for Game Boy. I've taken the Analog Pocket, I actually took out the dock and I put it in its case because I'm done with it for now. But, oh yeah, the pinball for that went. Yeah. I haven't played Space Cadet Pinball in like ages, and since around the time this magazine came out in August 2001. Now here's Eusine. He's this character. If you're not familiar with Eusine in Pokemon, this showman-like character. It could be like a circus ringman or something, or ringmaster. This character is obsessed with hunting down Suicune in Pokemon. And actually in Pokemon, I think Chronicles, the sort of side series of the Pokemon anime that actually used the main character design from Pokemon Gold and Silver and followed him for a few episodes. He's hunting for Suicune, but this character, look at this showman-like, fantastic character, but he drives around in a red Ford Pinto. I am not kidding. He drives around in this plain-looking red, like, it's flat out a Ford Pinto. It's what this character drives around in the anime, and it's priceless. Especially against it. Now, alright, so Pokemon Crystal. Oh, okay, now this, here, I'm gonna have to zoom in on this. Hello, campers! Camp Hyrule 2001, the biggest Nintendo-related online chat event of the year, will happen Monday, August 13th through Friday, August 17th at camphyrule.com. Campers will meet for an hour every day in assigned cabin chat rooms to take part in a variety of games and activities, including campfire stories about the ghosts of Luigi's Mansion. Ooh, scary. A Camp Hyrule sweepstakes will send one lucky camper home with a Nintendo GameCube system. Check camphyrule.com or nintendo.com for registration information. Yeah, this Camp Hyrule, I have a shirt from Camp Hyrule 2005, actually, because my cabin won. And at that point, they were combining Camp Hyrule with the Nintendo Insider Forums. I think the last Camp Hyrule was 2006? The last proper Camp Hyrule. Then 2007, they put up a camphyrule.com, but it was really a shell of its former self where they just put up a few Flash games. And after that, they kind of discontinued Camp Hyrule, along with most of, like, all Nintendo online community stuff, like their official forums, were kind of retired at that point. Now let's look at some of these old Nintendo websites. Banjo-Kazooie.com, Banjo-Tooie.com, BionicCommando.com, CarringtonInstitute.com, Datadyne.com, DKR. Hold on, I gotta go. Please let this not be adult content. DKR.com. Yeah, DKR.com now forwards you to the Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze website. Datadyne.com. I wonder what that'll... Datadyne.com. That's probably an asset of Microsoft now, I'd presume. Actually, no, I'm not. Typing in these random things is probably Funtography.com. I'd love to know what... So, GameBoy.com, GameBoy.com/Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, it's sad how Nintendo's online services. Yeah, in terms of community, yeah, like Nintendo, they've been really kind of behind in terms of online multiplayer connectivity. I mean, honestly, the online multiplayer in Mario Party Superstars, which I do need to play more of. I need to schedule some time for that. Donkey Kong 64 took you to a soccer website in Chinese. I'm shocked Nintendo would allow that to fall out of HeyYouPikachu.com, PokemonPuzzleLeague.com, PokemonSilver.com, PokemonCardGB.com, NikkiSpeedwayUSA.com, MarioGolf.net, MarioParty.com, MarioParty2.com. Alright. Wave Action. Wave Race Blue Storm, Smash Bros. Melee, Madden NFL 2002 are ready for their close-ups. I never played Wave Race Blue Storm. I did rent Wave Race 64. Super Smash Bros. Melee. Mario leaps onto a platform, landing face-to-face with a tottering Goomba. Now, like, honestly, in a certain sense, like, this was right at the era where Nintendo was kind of becoming conscious of their own, I guess, cultural status. Their own, that there's a sense of nostalgia, the strength of their own brand. Because I think Smash Brothers was really, the first Smash Brothers was really the beginning of it. And then Smash Brothers Melee, and then, like, you know, just in general, playing into just Nintendo history and the nostalgia. And just the fact that, like, in like, Luigi's Mansion, the fact that there were instruments, there was a room with instruments, you had to interact with the different instruments, and they'd start playing by themselves, and they'd play, ultimately, I think, the main theme from Super Mario Bros. 3. And that was, like, a huge throwback at the time, like, wow, it's the theme from Super Mario Bros. 3, they made a callback to that. And that was the beginning of Nintendo beginning to do things like that. So it's interesting, sort of watching the dawn of Nintendo's, self-awareness. The single player mode is different from that in Smash Bros. For N64. The players have to fight through very familiar environments to get to the traditional Smash Bros. Brawls. For example, Mario takes on old enemies on his way to battle Team Yoshi. Madden NFL. Here. Field goals. Yeah, this is back when companies other than EA were able to make officially licensed NFL games. Oh boy. Okay, this is, I mean, we talk about peak 80s, more peak 90s these days. It's kind of crazy how, I mean, I'm not that old, but it's kind of weird in my own lifetime watching people talk about the 80s, people talk about the 90s, the way people, maybe even just 10 years ago, talked about the 80s. It's interesting. But yeah, this is peak 2001 energy right here. Oh boy. Yeah, Game Boy Advance Indigo. That's the one I had. I didn't like the purple color that much, but I got the purple color because I knew that purple was going to be the sort of the headline color for the Game Boy, for the GameCube. So I knew Game Boy and GameCube, Game Boy Advance and GameCube would have this sort of parity with each other, so I want to have at least the two systems match. Yeah, and then, like, the self-conscious nerd, the self-conscious, nerdy high school student I ended up importing the black Game Boy Advance SP as soon as I could. I had plans at one point to import a black Game Boy Advance from Japan, and then have the Afterburner mod installed in it to have a front light. Then they announced the Game Boy Advance SP, a sleek, flip-top model Game Boy that's available in black if you order from Japan. At the height of flip phone mania, if I wanted to have a cool piece of electronics, that was clearly made to answer my prayers. Now, yeah, Nintendo 64 going for $90 at this point. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo what system is this for? Is this for Game Boy Advance? Yeah, this is for GBA. This is for GBA. Actually, I can make this a little bigger. There we go. You bought the black GameCube when they came out? Yeah, honestly, Serial Wars, like, I wanted, like, at a certain point, they sort of replaced the purple GameCube with the platinum model as sort of their highlighted version in different advertising and stuff. They should have went with the black one. Honestly, especially it's easy to forget. You still see people talk about, oh, Nintendo Kitty, whatever, but it was like a really toxic problem for Nintendo's brand at that time. And I wanted them to just highlight the the black model Nintendo GameCube. Looks so cool. Like, it's a cool piece of electronics. I mean, I like the GameCube. It's very toy-like, but at the time, it's like the history of different versions of the of Street Fighter 2. I can't provide any informed discussion on Street Fighter 2. I will say that it seems like in terms of the controls, this might be a bit of a limited, perhaps, version of of Street Fighter 2. Jumping Ship, a Disney Channel. Okay, so I honestly stopped watching Disney Channel in the 90s, and when I stopped watching it, it was still kind of just an educational slanted early childhood channel. It had a lot of Disney-owned property movies and Disney-owned like old shows, and a lot of edutainment type stuff aimed at younger kids. Like, one show I remember is like Under the Umbrella Tree. Did I say Goof Troop? I remember that show when it was on network TV, and the Goofy movie. Yeah, and Goofy being one of the few characters they actually allowed to have a kid. Even going like the Felix the Cat, they had this weird hang-up where they wouldn't let cartoon characters have kids. They would like to have them have like nephews that they're babysitting. They wouldn't often depict them explicitly as, oh, this is the character's kids. Well, actually, in the first Felix the Cat, Felix had a bunch of kids. And when he found this out, he took some drastic actions that, that really aren't associated with the Felix the Kid brand. I mean, the Felix the Cat brand these days. But yeah, I remember liking the Goofy movie, and that the girl from Goofy movie that everyone, like, I knew kids in school who like, oh, she's such a cute character, and I'm the one that was the freaking furry. Not even I knew of that term at the time, and I was like, I don't get it. So, whatever. So get ready, gamers. I remember reading this all time and time again, getting hyped for. And this is also around the time that I got my Super Nintendo. There's an action replay code you can use in Pikmin 2 to unlock an unused co-op mode. Wasn't there some kind of weird thing where you could somehow play the first Pikmin game on a Windows PC? I never looked into that. It's something I forget about, then after every once in a while I think about it and remember that I forgot about it in the first place. Honestly, at this point, I'm barely listening to the background music. It's like barely at a whisper. I can barely hear it. These have been in my ears for hours. I just want to take them out. I don't need them for anything. So we'll just go ahead and... So, get ready, gamers. On November 5th, Nintendo GameCube, the custom-designed brainchild of Nintendo's greatest design and development minds, including Shigeru Miyamoto, will change the face of interactive entertainment. Every GCN component, from the graphics processor to the new controller, has been designed to create the most immersive playing experience ever. Says Miyamoto, we have envisioned a system that will allow us to make games that will surpass the common definitions of gameplay. A machine that will allow us to continue to break boundaries for years to come. Pikmin 2 co-op worked so well it was 100% finished. Yeah, that is kind of funny. I wonder if they wanted to. I guess marketing purposes. I guess they wanted to have a clearer distinction between like a single player game like Pikmin 2 and I guess the games that were more marketed to multiplayer, such as Smash Brothers Melee, Mario Kart, Double Dash. This is the first time I've read this article in like 20 years, which is weird even being able to utter that out loud, but the technology that makes GCN the world's most advanced dedicated video game system is the product of components from several companies brought together by Nintendo engineers. ATI's revolutionary Flipper chip is a highly integrated graphics processor with both 2D and 3D graphics engines. IBM's 45 MHz Gecko is a CPU that uses ultra-fast chopper chip technology, working in concert with devices the 1T SRAM memory from MOSIS. With so much built-in technology, game developers are limited only by the boundaries of their own imaginations or the capacity of the small mini DVD custom format you made in combination with Panasonic, but that's another story. GameCube's 12-volt adapter fits in the back and provides power to the system. The same audio-video connector that delivers picture and sound from your television from the Super NES and N64 is also used with the GameCube. Optional digital video component cable connects GCN to televisions that are equipped to receive digital video signals. Yeah, good old Gecko and Flipper chips. Yeah, which were basically, I think, the Broadway and Hollywood chips in the Wii were, I believe, just basically like overclocked versions of these chips here. Nintendo GameCube's unique DVD-based proprietary disc technology and 3-inch optical discs were developed and manufactured by Matsushita. Excuse me, I keep saying Matsushita, it's Matsushita Panasonic. And the funny thing is, on Nintendo and Panasonic had a very close relationship at the time for co-developing the GameCube, and a lot of official Nintendo materials, if there was a GameCube hooked up to a TV, and it would usually be a Nintendo, a Panasonic TV, Panasonic speakers. Yeah, please don't destroy our disc-based system, aka Dreamcast. Yeah, I still have my original GameCube from back in the day. Now, what was I? Yeah, and it's funny, just if you think 2001, so they had to be working on this around like 98, the earliest probably, obviously 2000, 99, 2000, 2001, just like a couple of years earlier, even congruent with that, Panasonic was manufacturing their version of the 3DO platform. And to this day, people commonly mistake like the 3DO. Oh yes, and what the heck is an SD card memory adapter? I could pull, let's pull that, hold on, I didn't think I'd be using this. Let's pull up right now. Let's pull this out. GameCube and GBA reveal. Yeah, I feel cool having this on hand to pull out. This is from the reveal. This is from November 2000. This is the co-reveal of Game Boy Advance and GameCube. Let's go down to the title article. Actually, yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, I could scroll to... It's nice when I actually am just able to casually remember exactly which issue something was featured in. Yeah, I think I scrolled past it by accident already. Where is it? Oh, here we go, here we go. So... Yeah, so this is from the initial reveal of the prototype system. You see you can't really see it too well, but there's oh, here we go. Here's a window in the front of the system that you can see the disc through. And if we zoom in here, okay, SD Digicard adapter. With this adapter, you could use Panasonic and Matsushita's postage stamp sized SD secure digital memory card compatible with digital cameras and music players to store GameCube data. To give you the idea of the increased storage capacity, one 64-megabyte SD card holds about 128 times the data of one standard digicard. So at one point they were planning a SD card adapter that would let you save game files to the it lets you use an SD card to save your GameCube save data. They'd never released that. They never released this product, I don't think, in any official or unofficial form. And I forgot all about this until more than a year ago when I was reading this magazine on stream. And one of the things that caught me off guard was the idea that, oh yeah, I forgot that Panasonic and Panasonic kind of was behind the engineering of the SD, and I forgot that SD even stood for Secure Digital. They realized it would be used for piracy. Well, we think about, no, I actually don't think so. At the time, you think of, they're talking about SD, even by like 2006 or 7, at the end of the GameCube era. A 1 SD a 1 gigabyte SD card was like, whoa, there's an SD card that holds a whole gigabyte of data. It costs like more than $100 to have a 1 gigabyte SD card. I don't think the SD card sizes at the time could have even vaguely let alone the ability to stream the data off the card. I don't think that could have allowed for game piracy, but it would have allowed for game save data to be traded online. That would have been feasible. But I forgot that, like, I guess Panasonic was trying to position SD cards as kind of Panasonic's answer to Sony's memory sticks. And for a while, it's easy to forget, for a while, with their Cly and Vio formats, for a good long while, memory sticks were actually pretty ubiquitous in the digital world, not piracy in terms of holding games. It could be used to, oh, right. Ooh, I didn't see, like, Serial Rush, they're into, like, the hobbyist sort of tinkering, modding community. I wasn't thinking, yeah, could the SD card could have been used to possibly bypass the lockout chip and allow pirated discs to be okay, I didn't think of that. I'm sure Nintendo was. But even, this is right leading up to directly to the launch period of the GameCube. This is within like 2 months of launch. And they're still talking about an SD card slot adapter. So this was still in development, even closing in on the launch of the system. So that's interesting. Now, Mansion Magic. Launch title Luigi's Mansion is a showcase of the GameCube-enabled special effects. As Mario's brother braves the frights of a huge haunted house, he casts light on dark rooms with a haunted flashlight. No, excuse me. Dark rooms with a flashlight, not a haunted flashlight. I don't know what a haunted flashlight, I guess that would... I don't know what a haunted flashlight would be like. Connect and control. Now, since we have this open, we could compare the final controller to the prototype here. The prototype's very similar. Now, I wish, you know what would have been cool? I just thought of this. What if they actually released a GameCube in that gray color, likening it more to the Super Nintendo and the NES and the original Game Boy? Because here's a standard GameCube controller. The Wavebird had a color like this, but the start button is a little more rounded, more spherical instead of flat. The B button is this green shape that's a green, whereas in the final version, it's a little red to sort of distinguish it from X and Y. You have that green intended to be the primary action button. Imagine if GameCube was released black with a DVD drive. You know, yeah, with a DVD drive and SD card. Like, I mean, it's clear the Panasonic Q proves that a system about the size, only a little larger than GameCube, could have supported a full-size DVD disc with a tray loading. But I mean, that top-loading disc drive is so iconic to the GameCube. The design vocabulary of it, I don't think it would have been the same system with the same feel, hold the same affection now, if it had been a slot-loading system. Yeah, I don't know. Now, this D-pad here, a lot of people think, and even I thought for a while, even back then, that the D-pad was the same D-pad mold that was used for the Game Boy Advance. It's extremely similar. It is like 98% similar, but it's certainly a different mold for this D-pad. They are not, like, interchangeable. I think one is either smaller or larger than the other by a matter of millimeters. You're now heading to the Bubble Milk Tea Shop. You're going to try their Cajun fries as well. Yeah, they're definitely going for that cohesive design language between GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Now, Pikmin comes to life with realistic ground and plant treatments and perfect day-to-night lighting. The natural world of Pikmin is a sight to behold. The complexity of the environment is made possible by Nintendo GameCube's 1T SRAM embedded memory. The way that the system manages data allows to create huge areas with textures that never repeat. Now, this is really the last Nintendo home console. You're touching your GameCube and GBA D-pad right now, Serial Wars, he's saying, and they're different but extremely similar. GameCube was the last Nintendo home console where they were really frank about the technical specifications of the system, the horsepower, and this was really the last Nintendo system that was really processor competitive in terms of horsepower with the rival PlayStation and Xbox consoles of that respective generation. Now, at the time, I remember having arguments with friends who were convinced. People thought that, I know talking to people who thought that GameCube was weaker than PlayStation 2 and Xbox. And they're just like, oh, I like PlayStation 2 and Xbox because they have better graphics than GameCube. GameCube isn't as powerful. Because basically they were comparing, like, screenshots of Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker with Final Fantasy X. And comparing, like, Super Mario Sunshine with Grand Theft Auto 3. And saying, like, oh, look, like, the games aren't as, the graphics aren't as good. GameCube has bad graphics, it's not as powerful. And meanwhile, and people were like shocked when I was able to provide proof that GameCube was actually more powerful than PlayStation 2. But it's funny because, like, now that that's actually like a standard, it's actually factual, starting with the 7th generation onward, the Wii, PS3, and Xbox 360 generation, that Wii was significantly less powerful. The Nintendo system was significantly less horsepower competitive with the competing systems. N64 and SNES D-pad are also similar but different. You know, I never thought of comparing those two directly, but it's kind of like looking at the modern N64 controllers that, like, before the DualShock, there was really not a sense of how we could have a system where the D-pad and the joystick could have equal prominence on the controller's face. I mean, looking at something like this modern controller, this modern Super Nintendo, this modern 8-bit DOE wireless gamepad, this shows clearly, hey, we've got the joysticks right here, we've got the D-pad right here, equal prominence, equal accessibility. But at the time, it really wasn't figured out or established how to have a system where the D-pad and the joysticks were equally accessible, and the solution Nintendo came with at the time was the Trident controller that now, not so much anymore, but around like 2014-ish, you'd see clickbait articles like, oh, the top worst controllers of all time, and like 80% of the time there'd be a picture of the Nintendo 64 controller, and it was written by someone who, I'm not to be age biased, but I'm very sure either was like maybe a PlayStation gamer at the time or just wasn't around at the time, being like, oh, what was Nintendo thinking? Was this controller made for aliens with 3 hands? Why would you make such a wacky design? And at the time, we've read it in magazines on the stream, when they revealed the N64 controller, the third party, not Nintendo's own propaganda, third party magazines were like, oh, this is a really innovative design that allows the D-pad to be used for 2D games and the joystick to be used for 3D games. And yeah, PlayStation 1 figured it out so early that, because I had PlayStation before, I got my PlayStation before the DualShock came out. So even at the time, like, the DualShock came out so relatively early in the PS1's life that people kind of forget. I remember seeing the PlayStation Classic Edition, and even people who had PlayStation 1 never saw the original PlayStation controller. I'd be like, what's this weird PlayStation controller? Where are the joysticks on it? Like, what is this? So moving on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You never had the D-pad only controllers? Yeah, I never had the DualShock was my first exposure to the dual joystick PS2 pads that kind of became the template. Really, the DualShock, when that came out, that was the basis for every for every PlayStation controller. The first significant deviation from the DualShock design is arguably the DualSense, and even that, and when you look at the original PlayStation controller, that's clearly just a Super Nintendo pad with handles and 2 extra shoulder buttons on it. I mean, it was a controller designed specifically to be compatible with Super Nintendo games originally. But ever since the days of the original Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo console systems have been built with adaptability in mind. Some accessories have already been developed for Nintendo GameCube, while others are still on the drawing board. The wireless Wavebird controller is built to work at a distance of up to 30 feet from the GameCube console. I just want to... I never wanted this. There were never any online games, really, that there were like, what, 3? And like, I think 2 of them are Japan exclusive? I never even looked for it. I never tried to get it. Yeah. The memory card that holds up to 4 megabits. Wow. Not 4 megabytes. 4 megabits of flash memory. And an SD memory card adapter will be available. Wow. Even... Okay. They must have... Someday or another, we're going to get one of these leaking out from Nintendo somehow. From like an ex-Nintendo... Because even... This is like 2 months before launch. And the official Nintendo of America run magazine is saying that there's going to be an SD card adapter for the GameCube when it launches. Future editions include a 56K modem adapter and a broadband internet adapter. The devices have been developed, but their uses are still in the planning stage. Another item in the works is a combination GameCube and DVD player from Matsushita Panasonic. The combination Nintendo GameCube console DVD player from Matsushita and the wireless Wavebird controller are 2 upcoming additions to the world of GameCube. Yeah, that never came out. I don't think they ever made the Platinum Wavebird either. I did have the Wavebird. Once I got the Wavebird, I never went back. I'm just taking a look here. Alright. Alright. Gaming Perfection Cube. A new era in console gaming will begin on November 5th. What was the final... I just want to look this up. Okay. I just want to look this up real quick. Nintendo... Yeah... November 5th? It was delayed to November 18th in the end. I thought... Like, November 5th, that sounds like too early in the month. I think it was later in the month. I know my Wavebird was great. They might have had others available. I think I got my Wavebird in 2004. Yeah, I got mine in 2004. So, okay, Mario Kart Super Circuit. Yeah, I remember when this came out, I was kind of like disappointed. Like, I expected more, frankly. Going back and playing it now, it probably would be a lot more, yeah, maybe a lot more generous to it. But I felt it was like, it was too much, like, I mean, this is a result of the Game Boy Advance, the nature of the GBA itself. I was hoping, when I heard there was going to be a 32-bit Game Boy, I was hoping for something maybe even just 10 or 15% more closer to Mario Kart 64, as opposed to being like Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo. Iridion 3D. Now, this, if you look at Pete's, test drive stream of the Analog Pocket, Iridion 3D, I think, is the first game he tries on it. If you want to see gameplay footage of this is a game I rented back in the day. This game has, it's a shooter, and it's kind of like a Star Fox kind of shooter. And the way they rendered, like, the backgrounds, it has this fantastic 3D effect to it. And just seeing that on a handheld at the time was like jaw-dropping. I'm not even kidding. Boy, jaw's hitting the floor. No, not that kind of jaw-dropping. It was genuinely impressive at the time. So let's, you have codes and tips for Smash Brothers. Majora's Mask. You have Tomb Raider for Game Boy Color. There's Fortress. Okay, alright, this is kind of... I forgot this game existed, and I forgot it was a puzzle game derivative of Tetris, but not connected to Tetris. Like, and they're using the same block shapes, but they're doing something very different with it than Tetris. I don't like... Yeah, I guess you're building towers and stuff with this. Okay, now this is a game, Konami Crazy Racers. I played this on stream. I know Mecha Kong streams this game from time to time. This game, when I played this is... I did not even know this game existed at the time. This is, frankly, I haven't played I'd never played Konami Crazy Racers back in the day. I haven't played Mario Kart Super Circuit since I rented it from Blockbuster back in the day, only once. Konami Crazy Racers is a game I played on stream more than a year ago. One of the earlier games I streamed. And it was a game that really impressed me. It has like a actual licensing system, and everything about it just felt significantly more of what I was hoping for as compared to Super Mario Kart Super Circuit. So Counselor's Corner. This is Game Tips. Oracle of Seasons. So scroll past that because I want to eventually. You know, here's some retro. Here's one of those many Namco compilations. Rayman Advance. And this game right here, I don't have my. I somehow lost my cartridge copy of it. Either that or I sold it. I don't remember what happened to it. But this is the only version of the first Rayman I ever played. But looking at this compared to Super Mario Advance, now I love Super Mario Advance. I used to rent it all the time. But when it came time, because I got my Game Boy Advance like maybe a week or two after it came out. I remember me and my mom going from store to store all over New York City trying to find a Game Boy Advance. And my dear grandmother put up the funds for me and my mom to go out and hunt one down. And we're taking the subways all over New York City, all over Queens and Brooklyn and Manhattan, trying to find an electronics store that had the GBA. It was sold out everywhere. And I didn't get a game at the time. He had enough money for the console. And like a few days later, it was time to get me my first game. I could either choose between Mario Advance and Rayman. And I wanted Mario Advance, but I chose Rayman because I felt like that the larger characters, the animation was more of a impressive display of the GBA's capabilities. And I ended up renting Mario Advance all the time. Anytime you see NFT or metaverse content appear on the internet, you just want to Alt F4. Yeah, like metaverse. Well, all this metaverse stuff. I'm gonna give my hot take on metaverse. Metaverse kind of strikes me as a boomer, and not just a boomer, but like an older boomer, like a real. And I'm verging on age bias here, but I'm going on archetypes here, of course, but because boomers kind of started the whole computing revolution. So let's give credit where credit's due. But like one of those boomers that wasn't into computers then and isn't barely into tech now, who had a bunch of money. I feel like one of them got roped into watching Ready Player One by a millennial or Zoomer family member, and they saw Ready Player One and decided that was the coolest thing ever, and just was like, hey, we should make this a thing, like Ready Player One. Yeah, I should make this a thing. I feel like as someone who's like neck deep in the digital world, I have like crypto holdings and stuff like that, but it's like never did I ever think, I really wish, like, real life is cool and all, but I just wish that everything could just look like a video game from 1997. I really just wish that. Like metaverse stuff, from what I've seen, it looks like what people 25 years ago thought virtual reality was going to look like. And it's kind of like, I'm not very impressed, to say the least. So let me ask you this. When you rent it, and NFTs. Okay, NFTs, I knew of the technology before it blew up with this digital art speculation nonsense. And so I knew of the technology and of its uses outside of the current fad investment fad thing that's being pushed. And when I first heard of NFTs, I never thought of them being used the way they are. And the way 99% of NFTs are being used is the equivalent, I don't know if I've said this on stream before, it's the equivalent of engineering and constructing a Saturn V rocket engine. I don't know, no, excuse me, Saturn, I don't know the name of the Saturn V's. Okay, it's the equivalent of building an RS-25 rocket engine, which is the rocket engine that was used on the space shuttle. It's the rocket engine that's going to be used with the NASA Space Launch System rockets. And it's the equivalent of building an RS-25 rocket engine and using it to toast marshmallows. It is a complete waste of its potential, a waste of its purpose, and it's just a useless, wasteful gimmick. And that's like the kindest thing I could possibly say about it. It's like using a RS-25 a space rocket engine and using it to toast marshmallows. I think there's a valid use for an RS-25 rocket engine, and 99% of what they're being used for is not it. Not interested. Okay. Now, for any small little people out there that aren't some large corporation, and you, I think it's ridiculous. But if a small person, an actual, now there, if you have an opportunity to get ahead of where you were and be cashing in on this NFT nonsense, enables you to get your teeth worked on when you otherwise wouldn't be able to afford that. Be able to afford a grocery bill, and when you otherwise would have to miss out on either choose between a credit card payment or a defaulting on a credit card or your grocery bill. And if you're able to make a little pocket money off this NFT nonsense, I don't blame you for it. But as far as what these corporations are pushing, it's absolutely ridiculous. Now, moving forward. Yeah. Drive me crazy. So we have all this footage of... Yeah, that's one thing. At this time period, really, Game Boy Advance, in the multi-platform magazines like EGM, handheld games really weren't getting a whole lot of respect at this time. I remember in EGM, when Pokemon got reviewed for Game Boy, for the original Game Boy, when the Pokemon got reviewed, I kind of noticed that it was a big deal that a Game Boy game got reviewed in EGM, in like the actual end of the issue review section, and got that much coverage. Because earlier on in like the 90s, there was a lot more coverage for Game Boy. Because I believe that maybe because Game Boy, Game Gear were a bit closer to what home consoles were offering. Whereas once home consoles went to full 3D, handheld games kind of got pushed to the side. There was a bit of, you got to see more GBA coverage when that came out, but it really wasn't until even DS, really even until like arguably 3DS, PSP, DS, once the DS, PSP, they started to get a lot more mainstream respect in terms of mainstream gaming coverage, at least. Game Boy A Go-Go. So this is a section of Game Boy games here. So this is still in that era before online, community-created online walkthroughs and community-created online players' guides actually were something that kind of began to take the place of going into magazines for these players' guides. I mean, there was a long period, even in the first decade of the 21st century, where like the official players' guides you'd see in the shops still had a place alongside online community-created players' guides, but as you were able to start to produce videos and take high-resolution screenshots of games and the stuff the community were making, and it finally began to push this going into buying a game magazine for walkthrough and strategy stuff. So crystal clear. So Poke Center. This is still, I guess, maybe on the tail end of Nintendo having a dedicated Pokemon section. I do have special plans for how I'm going to cover first-gen Pokemon on my stream down the line. It'll be whatever I choose to do with Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'll play it, see how I feel, see if it works for the stream, see if I like it, see if maybe I'll see how it goes. And actually, Pokemon Legends Arceus is going to be the second ever RPG I play on stream, which is another interesting factor. I mean, and going by my stream schedule, I might do some additional broadcasts on scheduled streams for Pokemon Legends Arceus if I like it, here and there, because honestly, like, Pokemon Legends Arceus, I think my next scheduled stream is like the day after it comes out, so I'll be playing it right when it comes out. My next scheduled stream isn't until a full week later on that next Saturday, so if I like it and I'm into it, and I have can responsibly spend the time on it, I might do some additional broadcast streams that I'll maybe slate in advance. Now, with last month's release of Pokemon Crystal, it's brought up lots of interesting questions, even more interesting rumors. Some things people are talking about are true, others we've got the info you need. Will Crystal work with my Game Boy? That depends on which Game Boy you have. Crystal works with Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance, but it does not work with black and white Game Boy systems, Game Boy Pocket, or the original Game Boy. Now, yeah, Pokemon Crystal does have some slightly enhanced graphics that I don't think it actually even display on the original Game Boy. Is Pokemon Crystal compatible with Pokemon Stadium 2? Sure it is. Pokemon Stadium 2 is compatible with Crystal, Gold, Silver, Red, Blue, and Yellow. Be sure to check the library after you've connected Crystal Stadium with a transfer pack. New data about Crystal will appear, which is very cool, because in Crystal, many Pokemon can learn at least one move from the move tutor. 15 Pokemon have new level-up moves, and several Pokemon have new egg moves, too. Pokemon Gold and Silver ran on the black and white Game Boy Color. I mean, the black and white original model Game Boy. So, you can play Pokemon Gold on the gray brick DMG original model Game Boy. Now, that's not something I did, but my friend, he never had Game Boy Color. He played Pokemon Silver, as to him, that was a black and white game. And I was very interested if the Analog Pocket would allow the option to boot up dual mode Game Boy Color games in black and white Game Boy mode, and they actually included that feature, which is something I'm going to be playing, because I played, like, Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color is a dual mode Game Boy Color game, and even though I booted it up in Game Boy mode when I was test driving Game Boy Color games, and seeing Pokemon Trading Card Game for GBC in black and white is almost like anachronistic. It's like seeing like the Delta Airlines like branded Zeppelin, when those two things never existed. Like Delta Airlines never flew Zeppelins. It's like, but it was a thing that some gamers who didn't have. What's my favorite Game Boy model? Does that include just the 8-bit Game Boy line, or including Game Boy and Game Boy Advance? I'll keep reading while you answer that and catch up with the chat delay. Does Crystal have special mobile phone capabilities? No, the US release of Pokemon Crystal hasn't got the same mobile phone capabilities as the Japanese version, which to me, it almost defeated the version. Anything pre-DS. That's, if it was 8-bit Game Boy line, I never had Game Boy Pocket at the time, so, I mean, nowadays, I'd have to go Pocket is the most convenient. I mean, if I could have anything, it would be Game Boy Light. But in terms of, I mean, Game Boy, the original model DMG 001 Game Boy, introduced me to Nintendo, introduced me to handheld, to Nintendo games. Very nostalgic. But if we're including all Game Boy, the entire Game Boy family, 8 and 32-bit, I've got to go with the Game Boy Advance SP. Like, I was so proud to own that system at the time it was out. Like, that was such a cool piece of hardware, a cool piece of tech. I loved that thing so much. Yeah, I remember hearing about Game Boy Lights as a kid, thinking, now, Game Boy Light, I remember, like, I had a digital watch that had a front-lit screen. It had that frosty green effect on it. And when I found out that I heard rumors in magazines of, like, oh, there's a Game Boy Pocket with a light built into it in Japan. The Game Boy Light did not have color. The Game Boy Light is a black and white Game Boy predating the Game Boy Color. And actually, I can show this to you. I'll actually go full screen for this. I can show you the Serial Wars. I can show you right now. I'm gonna boot this up. I'm gonna boot up the Analog Pocket. I'm going to show. Actually, I just keep the case in my lap. Now, actually, I think I told the screen brightness down so that when I put it on the stand in the console cam before I turned on the dock. Now I want to go Settings, Systems, GB, Video. We're gonna Display Mode. We're gonna go with Original White. Alright. So if you can see this here, there's a little bit of screen reflection there. You see that green effect here? The Analog Pocket has an option on the console, not on when you're playing docked, but it has an option where you could actually simulate this sort of, if you know those old digital watches with the front lights in them, and you press the button and it would light out, it had this sort of, what I would describe even in the 90s, I would think of it as a frosty green effect, that it looks really cool in the dark. It looks really cool. Even on my watch, I would think that. So think of playing Game Boy in the backseat of my parents' car at the time with this frosty green effect. Why does the Analog Pocket have 4 buttons? So the cartridge slot lets it play Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color games offhand. With adapters, it can play game with. Currently, the adapters available are only for Game Gear, but in the future, it'll be able to play TurboGrafx 16 and PC Engine games, and it has GB Studio. Original games can be developed for this as well. So for future consoles that may have cores developed for the system or cartridge adapters developed to run those games, it has the 4 face buttons to allow for those games to be played without any additional controller accessories being needed. Can I catch Celebi and Crystal? No, you can't. You can't catch Mew either. Both Pokemon must be given to you by Nintendo. Is it possible to mystery gift with the Game Boy Advance? Nope, you need the IR port to use mystery gift, and only Game Boy Color has one. In other words, if you want a mystery gift, you have to use a Game Boy Color. Where is Smeargle? I know it's supposed to be in the ruins of Alph, but I can't. All I can find are unknown. Help. Smeargle is in the ruins of Alph, but not where you're looking. There's grass in the ruins to the left. Alright, so here is... Yeah, so here's just a lot of Q&A stuff. I mean, this is before a lot of people still didn't have internet, so, yeah, Pokemon University. How do I get through the ice path? Here's some Pokemon Coliseum stuff. Okay. Kids WB and Nintendo partnered to promote the importance of reading with elementary school program called Poke Reader-Rama. The program is designed to get kids excited about reading. The prizes offered were very enticing. A school that read the most books got to have host a morning of cartoons on the Kids WB network, while another lucky bunch of kids got to host the U.S. premiere of Pokemon 3 the movie. Nearly 1 million books were read by the approximately 90,000 kids that participated. Whopping 5,000 schools from 48 states entered the contest. An Analog Pocket with an EverDrive would be nice. How do you output the Analog Pocket to stream? Actually, oh my goodness, I'm reading. I forgot to go back to my magazine layout. I just started reading. Started casually reading. So hey, if you're gonna, in 5 minutes, I'll do a little mini demonstration of the Analog Pocket and close out the stream. How about that? Yeah, because like, we have 5 minutes. You've got just enough, You made it a cartridge. Oh! Well, how about that? Someone made a cartridge insert for their Analog 1040, so you could... yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Actually, that's really dope, actually. That's really dope. It'll be a little complicated to show what I'm seeing on stream, but, especially... Alright, so Pokemon 3 the movie. Now, I saw Pokemon 3 the movie in theaters. It had a limited screening in North America. And I remember being in a theater with even a bunch of kids that were little kids, even compared to me at the time. I mean, I wasn't a little kid at the time. I think I was in my teens when Pokemon 3 the movie came out. Yeah, other people... Yeah, I guess other people are using it too. I just realized it happened to be the same case. With floppy ears and a fearless heart, Klonoa tackles challenges too big for anyone else. In Klonoa Empire of Dreams, you'll help our hero free himself and save a land from evil. But hold on tight, because it's like all that jumping, wind bulleting, hoverboarding, and puzzle-solving skills you've got to conquer 40 of the wildest levels ever. Get your hands on Klonoa Empire of Dreams and see how other games just don't measure up. Yeah, so this is just an overview of, Pokemon, the differences in Pokemon Crystal. Now one thing, well, since we have some unknown on screen, I want to point this out. Just the fact that you have the unknown alphabet here. Now it just so happens, like when they made Pokemon Detective Pikachu, that movie. The fact that they give him the main character, he changes into a shirt early on in the movie that has an unknown on it. How crazy is it? They just happen to choose the letter H unknown for him to be wearing a shirt of, and make an official replica of that shirt. So I could have an official Pokemon shirt that's just an unknown letter H, which is something I thought of making as like an iron-on or ordering as some kind of custom shirt. There's the Battle Tower, which is basically like where a lot of the online battling stuff would have been included if the FCC allowed Nintendo to connect the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color to a cell phone. Yeah. So yeah, they don't mention, like, it's so crazy that honestly, I mean, arguably the first third version of a Pokemon game was Pokemon Blue in Japan. And in North America, the first third version was Pokemon Yellow, which is more of a proper third version, whereas Blue in Japan just kind of just fixed a lot of glitches and stuff. And our Red and Blue, as I understand it, that launched in North America in 98 or 99, North America and Europe Red and Blue were basically the Japanese they took the Japanese Pokemon availability sets from the Japanese Red and Green, gave them the Pokemon Blue graphics and glitch fixes, and released them as Red and Blue. And I remember when in Pokemon, and what was it? I keep saying that. I hate saying what was it all the time. But in the lead up to the release of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, when they were first announced in Japan, I remember reading an interview with George Harrison where he actually said, oh, they're called Fire Red and Leaf Green. They're going to be called Pokemon Fire Red and Sea Blue in North America. Because at one point they're planning to localize the name to reflect the original releases in North America. And then later on, and I guess they just decided that like Leaf Green was they just decided to leave it as Leaf Green. And there's some interview with someone from the Pokemon Company. I don't know if it was Masuda or whoever would have been involved, but it's like, we decided the idea of like Leaf Green and like verdant, like plant life was important to this game, so they left it as Leaf Green even in regions where the original green didn't come out. So let's check out our, no, that's not it. We want to check out, okay. So we're going to do a little demonstration of the Analog Pocket for Serial Wars here, and anyone who's not familiar with this. I purchased an Analog Pocket when it was first available for pre-order, because I was interested in being able to play original cartridges on stream, and this has a dock that you could drop it into and just run it straight to a monitor. I did not buy this thinking that it would be this crazy exclusive thing that you were perceived as like a connoisseur or a high class or elite gamer for owning. It's just I wanted a way to play my Game Boy games without using an emulation system like something from the Retron series. That's all the only reason I got this. It's weird how it's become this crazy status symbol. And I've seen, like, now there's all this weird, I've seen backlash against this thing where, like, oh, you know, pocket owners are buttholes and this and that and just emulate the games on your phone. And to me, like, that's like being mad that the Queen Mary 2 exists if you want to travel between New York and England. It's like being mad that the Queen Mary 2 exists at a premium luxury price when you could also just get a budget flight for like a fraction of the price. It's about, you know, I am an extremely high-class gamer. Well, thank you. I like to think I'm a classy person, but like, they mean high class like I'm better than people who use emulate. Oh, hold on, let me grab it. Let me grab that bad boy. It's right on the other side of the room, on my shelf, actually. Look. I've got a little cheapo emulator handheld. There's nothing, it's a good solution for playing, it's a good solution in many ways, more versatile of a solution, and there's nothing wrong with it. but I can't. I wanted to. It was important to me to be able to have the capability to play my original cartridges on stream, and it's a nice solution for playing original Game Boy cartridges with the screen quality cannot be underestimated. But yeah, if you just want to play the games any old way and you want to run it on your phone with an emulator, fine. But it was important. I wanted to play the games this way, and I'm just play the games you want to play in a way that's important and special for you, in a way that does what you want out of it. Now I'm just gonna turn off the monitor. So we have different modes here. And this is the first time I've turned the brightness down on the screen. It actually improves the look of it a lot. So here is the mode emulating the Game Boy Light. Now the Game Boy Light is Japan only. It is not people describe it as a Game Boy Pocket with a lit screen, and that is not the case. It is with a front light on it. It is bigger than the Game Boy Pocket. It takes AA instead of AAA batteries. And then, you know what? I think part of the reason, aside from battery life, the Game Boy Color doesn't have a lit screen. I think the screen technology, this effect, I don't think it would have worked. I'm just realizing this now. I don't think it would have worked. The screen technology for the Game Boy Light might not have worked well with the color screen. So you had this cool frosty sort of green effect on there. Now let me show off now settings. System. So you have this listed here. The system settings. We have GB, GBC, GBA, and GG. They're careful not to call it Game Boy or Game Gear. They don't use any trademark names, but you know what they're talking about. So we're going to go to video. We're going to go to display mode. So we have the modes we have are analog GB, original DMG, and it's called DMG because the original model for the original model Game Boy was DMG 001. Oh, the readings went fantastic. Just for a small, I'm giving a quick demonstration of the Analog Pocket for Serial Wars, but just to give you a preview of some of the stuff we read, we were looking through one magazine, and I was like shocked to find this. I didn't know what I'd be finding. We read one article that was saying, like, there are rumors that Nintendo is working on an all-in-one console that displays games on a 2x2-inch LCD display with interchangeable cartridges for the games. This is going to be the first all-in-one system since the Vectrex, and we're really excited to see what this system's going to be like. Talking about what became Game Boy in the future tense as a rumor that's being discussed. That's the kind of stuff we found in some of these magazines. So this is a mode they call original G. This is like analog GB. What this is displaying the game on the screen. If you want to look at proper professional reviews, they could really show better what the screen looks like. But honestly, it's looking at this screen, seeing what the screen is like, and I'm not exaggerating. It is borderline akin to like trying to describe what the screen on the 3DS looks like. You cannot understand how good and crisp and bright this screen looks unless you actually look at it in person. Now the next mode is called Original DMG because the original model Game Boy was DMG 001. So we're going to switch to that mode. And as you can see now, it's in Original DMG, it sort of segregates the game by pixels, sort of simulating the original look of the Game Boy screen, complete with that Game Boy with the green screen effect, that sort of infamous pea green screen of the original model Game Boy. And so the next mode is Original GBP. Now, Original GBP, it defines the pixels of the image. But what it's doing is it's sort of, instead of being the pure white, I guess, screen, it's kind of simulating how the game looked on the unlit Game Boy Pocket. Now, the next mode is Original Light. Now, Original Light is the screen's divided by pixels again, and now you're simulating the weird sort of digital watch style front light of the Game Boy Light that was a Japan only release. Now, the one thing, Megacon, about reading about the rumors of what became the Game Boy was the fact that they're mentioning Game Boy in the same sense, like as as the Vectrex. And I'm thinking back at the time, like, yeah, at this time, Vectrex for them would be what PlayStation Vita is to us now. A last generation failed unit that had cool potential, but it was never didn't get the game support people would have wanted, but it had potential. Now for the analog GB mode, like the sort of plain base mode where the pixels aren't defined and smoothed out, I can't describe how smooth and crisp it looks. Now the last mode is called Neon Matrix Pinball. Now what this is, and it took me a while to even, like, for the gears to turn in my head and understand what this mode is. This is basically simulating what Game Boy games would look like if they were played on the red LED screen of the high scoreboard of a pinball table. For practical purposes, it just makes it look as though every game ever made for Game Boy was also released for Virtual Boy. I'm amused by this mode. This screen, like, looking at this, it looks like the quality of the color, the quality of the light exuding from the screen, it legit looks like if I licked this screen, it would taste like a cherry lollipop. That's how ridiculously, like, appealing the way the light shines off of this screen. And it's better than, like the latest model iPhone. The screen is not this good. Now, let me drop this. Actually, let me turn the monitor back on. I'm going to do a quick demonstration, not a quick demonstration. So I'm going to drop this. I'm going to let the screen pop up. And we're going to go to... Actually, no, I can't do this. No, I'm not going to... Can't do it with the monitor. I'm going to have to use my broadcast software. So we're going to go to our Alleyway layout. And we're going to run through this real quick. We'll just get rid of the timer. And we'll get rid of that. There we go. And we have to get rid of that. Oh, we have to get rid of this too. Yeah, a lot of things I normally don't get rid of because usually I always have my timer on screen. So, hold on. I want to get rid of something. Game... Where is the... There we go. I want to get rid of that. So, here's the game. I'm going to drop it right into the dock. I'm glad I have the console cam set up so you can see the sort of delay here. So, we drop it in the dock. And there it is. Just like that. Now, the gamepad I'm using, I know, Serial Wars, you're asking about this. I'm using the 8-bit Do SN30 Bluetooth gamepad. It is, you could use a Bluetooth, you could use 8-bit Do gamepads without using a special dongle. Other gamepads are supported too. I've heard of people using the Wii U Pro controller, Xbox controller, and so forth. I've had a lot of wireless mode works. I think this is just a combination of, this is the first third-party wireless gamepad I've ever used, so I'm having a lot of weird teething troubles getting it to sync on command. I'm just mostly stuck to using the USB-C connection, just like that, and and now I'm playing. Yeah, now that I'm connected, and this is true, like, whether I'm connected or with the USB-C connection, or if I'm using the Bluetooth wireless connection, there's no lag. Now, I'm playing with lag now because I'm using my broadcast software, because I unplugged my capture card and plugged it in the second monitor that I normally use for when I'm playing on a game console. I'm using that for the second screen on my system, but moving this around, there's no lag. I'm playing lag-free. If there's a sense of lag, it's because I'm playing by like a quarter-second delay because I'm looking through my broadcast software. Not when I'm playing it. When I see the monitor in real time, it's playing instantly. Yeah, so I haven't had no problems with the controller lagging. I've just had connection inconsistencies. You can look through my test drive, my 3 test drive streams of the Analog Pocket. I did 1 test drive stream of the Analog Pocket. I did 1 variety stream for Game Boy, 1 variety stream for Game Boy Color, and 1 variety stream for Game Boy Advance. On the first 3 days after I got the system. You can see in real time a lot of the weird, little growing pains I've had. Now the dock, it does have its own firmware that can be updated separately. Now I've updated the firmware on the console and the dock to the latest versions. The dock the dock firmware needs a different file format than the update for the system itself. The dock updates via a USB memory stick, and the system itself updates via an SD an SD micro card. Now, with these analog systems, it just so happens that not too long after they come out, someone releases jailbroken firmware that lets you run games run ROM files off of the SD card. I've done that using the Analog Mega SG, though I prefer to use original cartridges when feasible. It is rumored that it is Analog themselves releasing this firmware under an alias so that they can officially say that they don't support the use of pirated ROMs publicly, but then actually add those features in the system, posing as some anonymous tinker or hacker. So in the future, someone's going to hack in the ability to play ROMs off a micro SD card, which is officially so far only used for updates. Now, you'll notice that the frame here that I've put in, this is not something that's included on the console. This is something that I added in as part of my layout in the broadcast software. And so this is something I added for the flavor of my own stream. Now you notice I had all those different filters and effects for, simulating the screens of different model Game Boys. Playing this game on a Game Boy Color will just sort of grossly colorize it like any other Game Boy Color Game Boy monochrome game played on Game Boy Color. On Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance, I always preferred to, when playing black and white Game Boy games, to use the sort of... There's a button combination that displays it in true black and white and doesn't try to do a sort of half-hearted colorization thing. I never really liked that. I never thought it was very convincing. I just like to play it in true black and white. And I do that with Game Boy Player on GameCube as well. Now, when it comes time to... Okay. Now, for my stream, what I did... All I did, and I'm shocked by how effective this was. All I did was import. I just went into GIMP, my Photoshop alternative. I just made a green JPEG. Well, I was actually exported as a PNG. I imported that into my my sources and my broadcast software. I imported that into the and overlaid it over the my feed for the capture card, and just turned down the opacity on the green JPEG, and just like that, I have my own green screen filter. Now it's in the future, so that's my little demonstration of the Analog Pocket for Serial Wars and whoever else is interested. We'll go back to now. Unfortunately, there's no option to. I thought it would be cool if they displayed, like how Wii U will always show the game on the gamepad. If you had the option to display the game on the screen, because I like doing console cams when I think there's maybe some sort of interesting point of... When people are interested to know how I'm playing these games, I like to have the console cam so I can show them, oh, I'm playing this on Wii U. Oh, I'm playing with Analog Mega SG. Oh, I'm playing this on Analog Pocket. And whatever future systems I used as solutions for streaming. So that's my little overview of the console itself. Thanks, Serial Wars. Now, one major point of concern for this system. If you look at this plays Game Boy Advance games and Game Boy games natively. Now, if you look at period hardware that played both Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance games, such as, well, really only the Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Advance SP. those cartridges would stick out the bottom or top of the system when you played those 8-bit Game Boy games. With this, they had to design a single cartridge slot that could accommodate Game Boy Advance games and Game Boy games without having the cartridge stick halfway out of the system, also accommodating the adapters for Game Gear and for your TurboGrafx cards and other systems like that. I would, so because of that, there was no perfect solution to this. What they decided to go with was have this shallow point where only the last couple of millimeters, if you compare this to this other Game Boy game I have, you can see only that little bit of the cartridge is in there. Now, if you lay this on a not perfectly flat surface and jostle the cartridge, it can freeze. If you somehow bump the Game Boy, the analog pocket against something, it can knock the cartridge out in a way that, because the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color, the sort of sheath on the back of the system came up much higher on the cartridge, so that really wasn't a concern, because they wanted to make a system that could pop in those Game Boy Advance games and the 8-bit Saltine Cracker Sites Game Boy game packs without it sticking out halfway out the system. They went with this solution there, and I've heard people, like a lot of the haters, people are just trying to detract from the analog because they just think it's kind of pretentious or whatever, just saying like, oh, all these people, they wasted their money on a useless piece of crap because of the cartridge slot. That's really hyperbolic, and to say the least, but it is a potential point of concern for I mean, how many times are you going to fry the system or cartridge if it gets ripped out the wrong way or something like that? Is this going to, over time, because of with the original Game Boy, you had to insert the cartridge directly straight in or out. With this, you do have to, I've noticed, if it's possible to put the game in not perfectly straight and then it slides in. Is that over time, people putting it in like slightly at an angle and inserting it that way, going to cause a problem where it's going to maybe damage the cartridge or the system, or wear out the ability for the cartridge slot to hold the system properly? I don't know. So that's point of concern or downside. The SD card port is here, the micro SD card port. It is very difficult to get that card out of there. I'm not going to do it unnecessarily. It's going to be something like the small model of the of the Nintendo 3DS, the new Nintendo 3DS, the kind that has the cartridge slot. I mean, the kind that has the faceplates, where you have to open up the faceplates, and it's kind of a bit of a process to get that SD card out of there. I mean, the SD card slot's right there, but it is very finicky to get that card out, and I was concerned that it was stuck in there, that I somehow broke the mechanism. No, it's just really finicky getting it out of there. And I get the sense that they really did intend for you to put whatever you want in that card, drop it in there, and leave it there for long term. And eventually, whatever jailbroken firmware comes out to allow you to play ROMs in there, you're going to put all the ROMs you're ever going to want on there. You drop that card in there, and you're probably never going to touch it again, honestly. That's the way they designed that. Now, another potential point of concern, that's the power button. It's right next to the buttons to adjust the volume. So it's very easy to try and adjust the volume, accidentally tapped it, and turn the screen off. Some features like having a robust save state system, that's going to be added in future updates. Support for the Super Game Boy frames when played in dock mode, that's going to be added in a future update. There's actually something called Handheld Go, which I don't know the full details of, that it's going to be added in a future update. It's probably going to change the nature of what the Pocket is capable of and what future analog consoles and products can do. Now, there's other stuff, like there's the music development software for those 8-bit chiptune artists. You know, those people who go to clubs, they have a setup that actually will have a few Game Boys on it. Like, this is a highly desired thing because of that alone. And there are tools to develop Game Boy games on here. There's an FPGA core. There's an additional FPGA core on here that's open for third-party development. So now, Clackaboy is saying, do you consider the Analog Pocket to be the definitive way to play Game Boy type games? I won't consider it the definitive version because there are just so many different options out there that really whatever solution that allows you to play the games you want in a way that's useful and that that you enjoy is going to be the definitive version. I mean, they're cool kits that you could upgrade the screen on an original device, on an original Game Boy Advance. I was just this morning looking at a video of a mod kit that lets you put in an IPS screen with video out onto a Game Boy Advance SP, like an original model SP, not even the backlit one. So there are all kinds of different ways you can go about playing retro games, like any other. For me, this is my go-to now. I don't see myself using any other solution for the most part, unless if I'm in a situation where I just want to have all the games I could fit on a device, I'll use something like this. But when the jailbroken unofficial firmware comes out for this, I will that'll kind of turn that into this as well. But I will prefer to use the original cartridges whenever possible, frankly, for streaming. So and just drop it on the dock there. And I do not know what's going on. Why I have to save Streamlabs somehow became disconnected from my broadcast from Twitch, because my commands aren't working when I type them into chat. So my first magazine wow, I made it to 5 hours of streaming. Gee whiz. I mean, that includes 10 minutes of my hold screen, then 15 minutes of my 20 minutes of my Analog Pocket review thing, and then 10 minutes of break time. So yeah, I had a fantastic stream. My next stream is going to be on this coming Saturday, the 22nd. I'm going to go back to Commander Keen, which if I have I'm going to have to figure out how to get the music to play, how to get this music to work if I'm going to have the same problems that I had going into the same problems I had today, which is why I didn't use my Slipstream playlist that I custom made specifically with this game in mind, or with the stream in mind. So I'm gonna send you all over. Hold on, I can't do this with commands like I normally do. I have to actually do this. I usually do this manually. I don't know how to. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna send you over to Buffalo Pinball. So I'll see you. Wait, no, that's not a raid. Forget it. I don't know how to raid without using. You'd think I'd be addicted to using like the standard buttons, but it's actually the yeah, it's not like I honestly have much of. I have like 2 or 3 people watching anyway, honestly. So but not that I mind. Did I ever have Heelys? No, I didn't. Though my friend did have soaps, and I'm gonna tell you a story about my friend, who sometimes shows up to watch the stream. But hey, bye Azure Est. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, one day my friend called me. This is like around 2001, and he's like, "Hey, guess what I got?" And he called me on the telephone, on a hardline telephone, his hardline telephone to my hardline telephone. He said, "Hey, guess what I got?" And I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous thing I could think of, and I was like, "A pair of Sonic the Hedgehog running shoes," and he just went silent, and he's like, I don't know how you guessed that, but kind of actually, yeah. Because he got a pair of soap shoes. And for Sonic Adventure 2, soaps were kind of... There was a in-game sponsorship for soaps shoes, which were these grinding shoes. So I never had Heelys, but I did have soaps. And all I'll think of in terms of, like, Heelys is, like... Yeah, Heelys are basically what let, like, the whole generation stereotype, all these generation stereotypes coming out into play now. But Heelys are basically, like, not so much, well, when they came out are basically when, like, stereotypical, like, sourpuss boomers were complaining about, oh, millennials are ruining society. Like, millennials are entitled, they're lazy, they're ruining society. Meanwhile, boomers were letting their Zoomer grandchildren roller skate inside stores with Heelys, while the millennial storekeepers had to chase them down and get yelled at for telling them to stop roller skating in the store. So that's my sourpuss millennial take on Heelys. And so we're going to talk about me as the sourpuss millennial, complaining about sourpuss Zoomers, and about sourpuss, complaining about sourpuss boomers and spoiled Zoomers. So I've offended just about every age group out there except for the greatest generation at this point. So I'll adjust and don't take anything too seriously. So that'll be it for this stream. I'll see you next Saturday, the 22nd at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some DOS platforming gaming. See if I can finally beat that last level of Commander Keen that has eluded me since the 90s. So I'll see you next time, and thank you very much for watching.